Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, April the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. William says you can see my screen. Now the next step is, can you hear me? Yes, yes. Thank you, Bob. Okay, guys, I've got coin up here. It is crypto day. Coin will debut today. This is not the traditional IPO. This is a direct-to-market listing. They're saying that it could come out around $250 a share. So if you want to know exactly when it comes out, and again, they quote unquote, they say it could come out right when the market opens or very soon after, just put coin in your, or type coin into one of the Trade Ideas charts, and then just do a price alert. Okay, right click, create a price alert, and put like $1 or something. And when it opens, your price alert window will pop up. Okay, so there is coin. So of course a lot of crypto plays in play today, though I see BTBT is starting to fade. It was fading anyway, BTBT. Haven't seen this one for a while. This is kind of the wild one. Very low float, yeah, 38 million, pretty low float, 38 million in the float. Not quite, I guess, it's hard to say, or it's unbelievable that I'm saying not quite the pedigree that Mara and Riot have, but nonetheless, BTB is probably up the most. It is 12.8% right now. Take a look at Mara. Mara's actually not really up that much. And Riot is up a little bit more than Mara. So, but BTBT on a percentage basis is up the most, but it's also maybe the more scary one to trade. Yeah, it was in my pre-market, one of the news sites I go to, it said that it might open right at 9:30. But hey, yeah, all we can do is see or wait and see. Yeah, you know what, Zach? I know you can't hear me, but yeah, again, not very much action in the gappers again this morning. I'm anticipating way more action starting next week once we're into full-fledged earnings season, but just not that much action. I mean, Goldman Sachs released this morning. You know, numbers look good. Take a look at GS. But even Goldman Sachs is just starting to, you know, no big pop here. It's only up like 1%. Morgan Stanley also released this morning. I'm sorry, I guess they released on the 16th. Sorry, I guess it's JP Morgan. JP Morgan released this morning. I think they were actually down a little bit. And Citigroup released this morning also. So nothing really bouncing that much. Galt, G-A-L-T, now completely, obviously not a financial. Little Pharma up 35%. Relatively low float, 40 million in the float. Looking left on that daily chart, 327 is the next high. Let's see. Now I see the news trading higher after the company announced the Journal for Immunotherapy of Cancer published, etc. So it's phase one. I mean, it is phase one, guys. I mean, it's good, but it's only phase one data. Well, Bed Bath and Beyond getting thumped this morning on earnings. At least it was. Yes, it is. I mean, I'm going to discount that big topping tail. So it is down 11%. Bed Bath & Beyond released earnings pre-market. As I was saying yesterday, the bets looked like they were being placed. This is yesterday's daily candle. Nobody was really exuberantly buying this, so the bets were being placed, and anybody who held that short overnight will be rewarded. And let's just take a look to see what sort of support BBBY may have. So we look at the daily chart, and we're way down here at 24.97. So let's take a look at the weekly chart, break it out just a little bit, and the low is 24.05. So that's the next low looking left, 24.05. 24.59 here. So I mean, if it were able to take out 24, look out below, because I mean then we're talking this. Look at this candle here. we're talking, getting down to that 18 level. Again, I'm not saying it's going to happen. Just saying, if it takes out that very important 25 level, I'm sorry, not the 25 level, but the 24 level, 2405, it could continue down. I mean, it's already down 10%. MBRX. Let's see. They were given rare pediatric status. Okay, so that is the reason for this one popping. Fairly low float, 26 million in the float. Lots and lots of volume already. Huge volume, really. 4.6 million already. But again, I just I don't know exactly what their drug is, what they do. I mean, again, given rare pediatric status, you'd like for them to succeed. I just am skeptical that it's going to hold its gap. This one did not have a lot of volume, but it maybe the name, I don't know if it's got anything to do with crypto at all, but PFSE, again, I'm only looking at it because it had, fairly good volume for it. It's a big float, 146 million. Obviously an IPO back here. And again, I have no idea if it has anything to do with crypto, online payments, digital wallet. It may not have anything to do with crypto. Maybe they accept crypto payments. I don't know. But it is moving just a little bit. It only caught my eye because it was a fairly recent IPO that it's not done very well, but maybe it's going to crawl back today. A little bit anyway. Oh, am I wrong about... You're right, I'm sorry. I thought Citigroup was this morning. You're right, it's tomorrow, April 15th. So Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan. How about... I thought there was one more major bank. WFC, thank you. That's the one I was thinking of. Wells Fargo. Yeah, there we go. So really muted reaction. And if you look at Goldman Sachs, what I read was, it's up it's up 1.2%. I mean, it's going to take a bunch to move it. 329 million in the float. It looks like they just absolutely destroyed what the quote unquote other analysts were suggesting would happen in terms of revenue, guidance, etc. So they were way above. More weakness on let me put this in here. Disc A and K. Discovery, more weakness. Credit Suisse unloaded more shares. I don't know if it was yesterday or after hours yesterday. Maybe it was after hours based on that move. So both Disc A and Disc K are down. Disc A has a little more volume. If I look at Disc K, yeah, so it's still got good volume. It's down a little bit more though in terms of percent. BRY, a little bit of a move up here. BRY, a little bit of a move. They've had, let's see, Roth is upgrading them. Or KeyBank, I'm sorry, KeyBank is upgrading them, but also, just looking at the hairline, at the headline, Barry soars after California lawmakers reject fracking ban. So one of the reasons is, 78 million, not a huge float. See what happens once this market opens for BRY. UTSI. Let's see if it's holding its gap. This is a small one. UTSI. It's up 16%. Lots of volume. 11 million in the float. Let's see if I can see any news on them. I don't see any specific news for UTSI. They had earnings on the 25th, so that is past. Yeah, I did see the news on Nikola. Something about a deal with preliminary hydrogen distribution in Germany. It says Nikola, Iveco, and OGE signed preliminary hydrogen distribution agreement. Morning, Razak. SOS, you guys are talking SOS. Okay, yeah, it's up a little bit. Again, a crypto play. All right, let me quickly go and take a look at briefing.com to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. And let's see, we have more upgrades and downgrades. I'll get a few of them in here. Whoops, sorry, just a second. Made a mistake. There we go. Just a few more to go. Okay, JetBlue getting an upgrade from JP Morgan. JetBlue, JBLU. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get some of the downgrades in now. That big flyer from yesterday, NVCR, a little downgrade now. That was a wild one yesterday, NVCR. Wedbush downgrading Facebook. All right, those are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Good morning, Roxana. Yeah, let's see. Coinbank reference price set at $250 per share. So okay, so let's take a look. Anything else sneaking in here? Yeah, this PHUN comes in every now and then. I have my doubts that it'll hold its gap. MBRX, again, I have my doubts it's going to hold the gap. MBRX. Infi is an earnings play also, so it is gapping down. Infi is an earnings play, INFY. So a lot of the India stocks got hit 2 days ago. So there was a reaction. And then there's yesterday. How is TTM doing right now? A lot of the India stocks, just because of the, I guess, increased virus cases, etc., putting a damper on the economy. That was the reason for this TTM moving down. Actually, I had a nice bounce back day yesterday, and it's kind of bouncing. It's continuing to bounce back. But Infi is an earnings play, and it is gapping way down here. Well, way down. It's only down 3%. Just looks bad, especially when you look at 3 days ago. It was sitting almost at $20. Now it's at $17.85. BBBY continues to move down here. Big area, guys, I mentioned this before, is right at that 24. It may hold, but if it doesn't, I mean, and this could be a multi-day catastrophe for Bed Bath & Beyond. You know, I mean, there's your support area way down here, 18. That's about $6 away, so. And somehow I don't think the WSB boys are going to rescue this one. I may be wrong, may be completely wrong. They may pile into it, but I don't see love. April 14th pre-market. It is an earnings play. Maybe I have a filter on. Maybe I'm not looking at the higher price ones, but that's. So almost an all-time high. Here's the all-time high for love, 72.58. So it's almost at an all-time high. Grupo Televisa is on its way up here. There's a big gap up here, actually. Didn't see this until right now. The reason why is it didn't make a new high until just on this pop here. Not a lot of volume, and it's a huge float. So hard to know, you know, how much this is going to move after this big 11% move, just because of the float. It has room. It doesn't have, well, it's got some room to that, you know, maybe the 12 level. It's at 11.24 right now. Look at that monthly chart. Lots of action right around 12. If there's any specific reason for it, I don't see any specific reason for this little pop. Just looking at some of the other ones, NCTY actually had a nice pop. Very low volume, or very low float, 8 million in the float. So you got to be careful. Jenny Happy A, good morning. Big sunshine. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Thank you, Casa, and William. Oh, I do see the news, actually. That was, released last night, 21:30. So it was released last night. Televisa to merge media content, etc., etc. Yes, you're right. Our crack team of news scourers. That's one tough word to say, scourers. Can, I don't know if I mentioned Can. This is, of course, a crypto play also. They're starting to drift now. It's interesting. Riot is it's still up. Yeah, it's still up. But Mara, which I thought would be up also, is not really up that much on Crypto Wednesday. Be interesting, fascinating to see what this opens at. Okay, just give me a moment, please. All right, well, let's see if Muds has any continuation today. Not much volume yet. It's down 6 cents. So let's see if Muds has any sort of continuation today. And how about Playboy? PBLY. There we go. No, PLBY. Let's see what it's doing right now. So it's down just a little, not that much volume. Well, that's one reason. I didn't realize the float was so small for Playboy. 10 million in the float. That is one reason why it's been doing what it's doing. Pressure Maxwell, good morning to you. All right, I will minimize these windows now. And as always, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, and this one, the repeating version, which will start giving you some alerts right at 9:30. You can do so. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is by design. If you click on New, Channel Bar, and then My Watch List right there. Okay, there's my watch list. Remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you click on anything in the channel bar, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so you don't want that. If you don't save your layout, you'll lose it. So make sure you save your layout first. I can just give it to you. Okay. It's a little complicated for me to try to explain it right now, as I get set for the market open, but I'll just give it to you. And then you can take a look. Oops. Okay, so there it is. And you have to, break it out. You have to break it out. Configure. If you click on configure, you'll see the filters that I'm using here. That's for the up. And configure on the red. You see the filters I'm using here. It's basically a quickly you make an alert window, and then you duplicate it, and then you flip it so that in theory, this is what I'm doing. I'm looking for movers to the upside with greater than 300,000 shares with certain filters in place, versus the movers to the downside with greater than 300,000 shares. The same filters in place, except the ones that can be flipped are flipped. In other words, what do I mean by flipping? Let's say in the movers upside, maybe I'm looking for stocks I believe that are at least up at least 2%. Okay, so you can flip that obviously to see stocks that are down 2%, at least down 2%. So any filter that can be flipped will be flipped. So it's like two competing strategies, two competing alert windows. Who's going to win? Yes, we have 40 seconds to the open. Let's have a great trading week today, or trading day today, everybody. This could be an interesting day, as I say, once Coinbase opens. Let's see what happens with the rest of the crypto stocks. All right, we have 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off. We are now open. Oh, I forgot to. This was my practice one yesterday in the simulator. I forgot to get rid of it yesterday before the market closed. So that's why it's still there, the MFNC. I think the bio price is supposed to be $23. All right, a little bit, again, it's early, a little bit of a reversal for Bed Bath & Beyond, BBBY. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. MBRX is starting to fade, guys. MBRX is starting to fade. And it's early, but I just have my doubts. It's already, 424 was a high. Yeah, Galt is not. I looked at this one, the same sort of thing. I have my doubts about any of these little farmers holding their gaps, their pre-market gaps. Just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, there it goes. Wow, there it goes underneath that 24, Bed Bath & Beyond. I'd like to see it maybe base just a little bit, but this looks really super weak. Bed Bath & Beyond had a little bit of a pop here. Look at those topping tails. Buyers got in, but looks like the sellers are taking over. Underneath that 24, Bed Bath & Beyond, BBBY. There's the PSFE. Let's see. Yeah, there's the pre-market high right up here, 14. Not a lot of, volume is picking up for sure. Continued weak. Continued. Well, I won't say continued because it did have a bit of a pop yesterday, APHA, but it looks like it's weaker again. Had earnings a couple of days ago. That's why it got blasted down. This is not. Oh, it is shortable now. It was not shortable earlier. NKLA. I was looking at this one as a potential short, but there were no shorts available. NKLA for me at Interactive Brokers, but I see 25,000 now. So there has been some short covering. All right, so BBBY is just right at that 24 level, right there. Let's see if it has any resolve to really break down underneath that 24 level, sorry. Well, this is still pretty strong. TV, even with that float, 432 million in the float, is still pretty strong. And well, the next high looking left, that was 1195 on the monthly. The next high is 1261. So this is very strong. That's a great move. I mean, with that float to move that amount, that is a really good move. I know I had some news, but I thought maybe that pre-market gap would be all she wrote for a while, but not at all. All right, obviously Coinbase did not open on the market, at the market, should say. Yeah, this is really strong. This is the Grupo Televisa. Very, very strong. Well, I have to admit, it's caught me by surprise a little bit. I did not think it would have this sort of a run with that float after the already being up about 10%. All right, guys, again, Bed Bath & Beyond below 24. And if you have the AI, you know that. Wow, look at TV go. Well, there's definitely a case in which the news is important. I mean, that's amazing. To me, it's amazing anyway. I did not think it would have that move. Not with that float. Well, my bias on Bed Bath & Beyond is definitely still short, but you never know. I mean, if it depends how well it holds is 24, I guess. Okay. Thank you for that, Easy Chef. All right, guys, again, Bed Bath & Beyond below 24. So my number one focus right now is just to see if it really wants to cascade down. There's not a lot of support. All right, well, I'm going to stick my alert right down here around 2376, 2375, and see if it takes this out again, that area. I think if it takes that out, we're at 940 right now, so might get a better idea of what direction it's going to go if it really takes out this 24. If not, I'll just, forget about it. So, what is the market doing? So, well, minor disconnect. Yesterday the Dow was down, Nas was up. Dow was up, Nas is basically flat, SPY is kind of flat. All right, well, here's your scary crypto play, BTBT. All right, this can have wild fluctuations, BTBT. Remember these days, went from 645 up to 24. This is in the week, but I bet you that a lot of that is in one day. Follow-up week up to 33. Even these weeks up here, it got up to 31 before basically getting destroyed. 2/3 of its share price back down to 10. It's not shortable any. Oh, it just became shortable again at Interactive Brokers. How many shares? 100,000. So I think there might have been people shorting down here, and now they're scrambling to cover. Oh, there's no question. Crypto is alive because of, or today, I call it Crypto Day. Certainly with Coin coming on, debuting, the debut of Coin. It doesn't, there's no, I didn't realize how, I know it doesn't trade as a symbol. I didn't realize how cheap it was. Look at TV. Oh, guys, I was dead wrong. This was the star, absolute star. Dead wrong about this one. I mean, I wasn't looking to short it, but I just did not think it would be this dynamic. I mean, now look at this. I mean, 1261 was I'm surprised it's not halted yet. Understand, I mean, that's a massive move with almost $500 million in the float. Well, let me check another source. It just seemed like a very big float for it to be moving like that. Let me just check another source just to check to see what, it's a South American company. Mexico, I'm sorry. In Mexico, you're right. Not. I thought for some reason I thought it was in South America. Okay, let me just do a quick check to see what sort of float information from another source. What do they say? And the answer is, well, same at exactly the same, 432 million. Yeah. So that makes this move doubly impressive because of that float. 1010, okay. Razak in our YouTube room is saying that Coin looks like it may debut at 10:10, 10 after 10 Eastern Time. All right, guys, keep an eye on Bed Bath & Beyond, BBBY, if it takes out 24 again. My inclination is to get short. You know, if it takes out, say, 23.80, see how it reacts right around that area, because there's really no support until about 18. So okay, so there's an update. 10.10 for the quote, 10.20 for the trade for coin. That is the projected open. Yeah, so Michael, just look underneath the order entry. Okay, so you see the stock symbol right underneath that. It says shortable. Okay, and that's that. If you hover over it enough, it'll well, if you have a green dot, a bright green dot, that means it's immediately shortable. If it's a faded green, that means, well, they could try to find shares for you. The big red dot means nothing. But if it's a bright green dot, then you just kind of hover over it a while, and a little box will pop up, and it'll tell you how many shorts are available at the time. Okay? Yeah, TCAT was in the low 20s yesterday? No, I guess it wasn't. I guess it closed at oh yeah, no, it got down to 20. Yeah, that's what I thought. $23 yesterday. All right, guys. Again, the die is cast, perhaps, for Bed Bath & Beyond. I don't know. I mean, it just has to take out 24 with a little more oomph than it did before. Yeah, well, crypto day is being met with a bit of a thud here. I mean, look at Mara. Look at Mara. I mean, this is, I would have thought these guys maybe, you know, the lead up, but it's not like there was a big run. I mean, these are a little misleading when we see red candles like this, but yeah, I did see Mavis in the, or MVIS. I did see it in the pre-market. The news they had, it looks like the company named a new CEO, which for whatever reason, maybe he's well known, I don't know, or maybe they just hated the old CEO, and so anything new would be better. But that was the reason. But look how choppy it is. MVIS. Snap. Yeah, just out of the price range I like to focus on, but yeah, definitely having a good day. Here's videotape and disc rental. Okay, CIDM. CIDM, big float, 128 million for a $1 stock. You know, again, it takes a bunch to move it. Let's see what they announced: record subscription and ad-supported. So it's a streaming service. Okay, I get it. So it just happens to be, you know, for whatever reason, lumped into this sector, that real sub sector. But it is streaming. It's a streaming service. Viewers are up 208% year to year. That is the news for CIDM. They have 23.8 million. So it's not like, okay, it's not like they had one viewer, now they've got two. So you could say, wow, we're up 208%. So, okay, 23.8 million, which is a 200% increase from last year. And that is CIDM. All right, U.S. Steel. Now, after multi days of being down, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days down. Finally, a little bounce for, we'll call this an infrastructure play. U.S. Steel, X. So the next high looking left is 23.19 for U.S. Steel. That's the next high looking left for the daily chart. All right, so we got a couple here. Let's see what's happening. PSFE, I stuck this in just because I wasn't quite sure what they do. I mean, I know I can read what they do, but I wasn't sure if they had anything to do with crypto also, accepting crypto, etc. So I thought I put this one in here just to see what might happen. It's a pretty big float. I'm talking about the PSFE. It's a big float, 146 million. And the pre-market high, it was just almost right at it. So if it took out 14, what's the high over here is 1408. The next high over here is 14. It's got a little bit of resistance in this area, just over 14. So, but again, I thought maybe I'd just stick it in there to see if it did anything kind of crazy. All right, so these NFT plays are, this is an NFT play. How's Dolphin doing? DLPN, that probably is following suit, and it is not. Keep an eye on this one, guys. DLPN. It seems to be lagging the other NFT plays, and HOFE is linked with DLPN. So this might start to move a little bit later. It's definitely lagging though. Yeah, well, look at Riot. So this is being met with a big thud, a dull thud. All right, guys, Bed Bath & Beyond is getting interesting again. BBBY getting interesting again, for me anyway. See if it... Now underneath 24 again. I'm really watching Bed Bath & Beyond, guys. You do what you want to, I can't tell you to take a trade, but and there's the NKLA. So it had the little pop. Still 25,000 shorts available. All right, so what is this PSFE doing? It's trying to get over 14. It is over 14 now. Nothing in my options scanner yet. All right, well, again, I'm watching this BBBY. And again, the only reason I'm really watching it this closely is because when you look at this weekly chart, you know, I mean, there's just really no support until this level. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but yeah, so GGB, you've obviously made a change to it. Yeah, so the option volume today, 126%. So my minimum is 300%. So, which is okay. You want to make a change, that's fine. Now, LFMD. Wow, this is really taking a hit here, LFMD. Didn't see this in the pre-market. Look at the pre-market action. Nothing happened. After hours, pre-market, nothing happened. Market opens, boom. Well, if you're on, let me just see. Well, I've got 126% here, so not 300. Okay, so now we're getting a little move in the market here. So the Dow's up, SPY's up, Tech is up a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, I can't look at it right now, Sam. I'm trying to concentrate on this BBBY to see if it, you know, it's certainly driving me crazy. I want it to really go down below 24. It may not happen for me, that's all. All right, CIDM continues here. Again, the little news. I mean, it's pretty eye-catching news. You know, 200% increase in streaming viewership for CIDM. And a fairly big float for, well, not fairly big, 120 million. No, I know it was a Reddit stock. That's the only thing, yeah, for BBBY, I know. It seems to have left it alone so far. Prison stock CXW on the move here, coming right into the 200 day. This could be right, unless it, let's see what it does at the 200 day. I mean, there it is, 802. It's just about a dime, but 9 cents below. So will this get stuck right here? Did my watch list signal change? You mean my symbol list name? No, I haven't changed it in months now, if that's what you're asking. Is that what you mean? Did my symbol list name change, JC? Yeah, no, it hasn't changed in a couple of months anyway. I'm just going to keep it the same. Yep, still best, yes. Yeah, down goes Galt. Again, I had no shorts available for this one at Interactive Brokers. How did the MBRX end up doing? Yeah, that's what again, it's just fading. We're in that mode again, guys. Especially if it's phase one. Definitely, I would say almost definitely phase one. Maybe even phase two. Phase three, maybe not. These are, of course, stages, development stages of a drug has to go through. So when you see a phase one and a pop, you can almost rest assured that it's going to drop. Almost. I mean, there's no hard and fast rule, of course, but all right, well, BBBY will not do what I wanted to do, so I'm going to have to leave it alone for a while. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching. Okay, what is the iHeart doing? Of course, I had a huge day yesterday, IHRT. Well, this PSFE would have given a little bit of a percentage increase. 1393 was the alert, and it got up to 1431 before it pulled back. Now keep watching it, because if it holds 14, this could keep going. You mean from previous days? If you go into the orders and cancel, does that not do it? How about if you go to the order and just sort of like a drawing, like a trend line or a horizontal line, go and the icon changes and then click on it, left click on it, and then hit delete. I don't know, I've not tried. It did go, yeah. Well, that's the last. We're at 330 actually. CGA got up to 1118. Low float. 5.3 million in the float, so it is a low float. Well, guys, I mean, this PFSC, it may keep going. I mean, just looking here, the next high looking left, well, this is it right here, I guess, for 1435. What did it get to today? 1430. Somehow it takes out that 1435. It has a shot to get to that 15 level. We just got a halt here. Disc B just got halted. Wow. So, of course, this was all nailed with the hedge fund collapse and various firms dumping all their stock because it was just got hit by that hedge fund collapse. This is a big gap. What are the other ones doing? DISCA. Let's see what it's doing. It is not following suit. Different classifications, of course, but oh, I'm sorry, guys. This is this stupid DSP. Okay, I forgot. This is this insane one. Yeah, it's not shortable. It's not. I hate to lump it in with the disc A and disc K. I don't know what they. Yeah. All right, PSFE, I'm sticking an alert around 1427. I just want to know if it gets up to that price again. I'm not going to be dissuaded necessarily by that float this time. All right, well, after that little pop way up to, well, not way up, I guess, but 24.45, Bed Bath & Beyond is cruising back down to 24. I'm not going to look at it unless it hits 23.75. Then I might, get interested, but it's been a little too erratic. All right, well, it is now 10:10, so let's see if that was, whoops, type it in correctly. See if we're getting some bids now for it. Not quite, I don't see any quotes yet. All right, China education stock is putting a big move here. It's showing up on Real Scanner. No, okay, IB says it will open for quote at 10:10. I just don't see any quotes for it yet for a coin. Doesn't really matter. Listen, when it opens, it opens. Now 340 instead of 250. Crazy. Okay. Ah. Late on my GSX short. I wanted to short this one. I just got in. I just got a little distracted and I missed my GSX short. All right, just still watching Bed Bath and Beyond. Let's see if it really wants to give it up. Wow, look at Rig. Boy, a high flyer from years ago. Rig. All right, guys. Well, I don't know, it's a broken record here, but BBBY. And the only reason I'm fixated on it is because of that weekly chart and looking underneath. And where it could, start to get into that void. So Kelly B's doing its thing too. Amicus, what is Amicus doing? Fold. Oh man, this looks like this could be ripe for a short soon. I mean, look at this resistance for fold. Up and around that 1050 mark. It's at 1030, right around here. My NKLA, guys, is just getting weaker and weaker. Maybe some support around 12. You look after hours, there's some action right around here. Maybe some support. If not, I mean, if it takes that out, and that's the NKLA. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I'm just watching Bed Bath & Beyond. Yeah, I still don't see any bid ask. Yeah, but I do see, yeah, Coinbase Global indicating 342 now. This is from Interactive Brokers. I don't know if we have any that now. We don't have any data like that. So Coinbase $342. Now they're releasing it's a lot in the float also. So this is going to be a huge market cap. No, no, I'm not in it. I keep waiting for a break, 2370, 1, 2, something like that. I'm not in it yet. I don't have it short sale. I don't have it SSR. Not at IB anyway. Really? Well, I mean, I may be wrong. It says there's 4.8 million shares available to short. This is the Interactive Brokers, so I don't know. I don't know what to say. All right, well, we have one from the, okay, has some room, EQOS, it does have some room. This is from the option scanner. What's the float here? 31 million in the float. Where are they out of? Hong Kong? Good morning, Real. And KLA, guys, is just, boy. It's funny, when I first looked, there were no shorts available. Then shorts did become available. Not many in KLA. Okay, obviously Coinbase is not opening at 10:10 or 10:20. All right, guys, EQOS is looking good. Yeah, EQOS, it's from my option scanner. I'm just waiting to see if it has a bigger pop here. That's what I'm talking about right here, guys. Here's my option scanner, 1210. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. All right, 10:24, no Coinbase yet, so I think I'll start my spiel. Welcome to the room, everybody. If you're brand new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. Just watching the EQOS, see if it has the pop I'm looking for. Yes! Okay. I've just taken some out. Can't tell you to take these trades, guys. Just, wow. Look at it go now, guys. Certified winner from 1210. We're at 1288 right now, 1289 or whatever. You trade it the way you want to, but wow. Makes up for watching that stupid Bed Bath & Beyond forever. Well, about time we get one like that. Okay, well, okay, welcome. Again, welcome to the room. This is how much fun we can have. So I'm going to put into the YouTube room, I'm going to put my link, my homepage, lots of information from my homepage. Quick hit. I love the quick hits. Okay, there is my homepage. I just put this right here. So when you say you don't see it in the platform, what do you mean by that? You don't see it here. It's not one of the ones that I'm sharing, but okay, so if you click on my homepage tab right there, click on my link, you can save my link. Lots of information from my link, on my home page, okay? I'm just going to go over quickly how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Barry for Alpha is the promo code you can use. 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Show you how much it costs. Premium Standard, annual. We have four subscription levels. So we have the premium on annual, $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. Yeah. Come on, here we go. You don't have to take out, I'll get this right, so you can see everything. There we go. You don't have to take out an annual subscription if you don't want. You can go month to month, that's fine. Standard is $118, premium is $228. You can apply that discount to the first month only, the 15% to the first month only, okay? After that, if you maintain the monthly, then it'll go to these two prices. Big difference between premium and standard is the AI. I'll go over that in a little bit. There are other differences, but that's the main reason why people will take a look at our premium service. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I think I know what my stock of the day is going to be, briefly anyway. Stock of the day, I do a video around noon. The scans, all the scans that I'm sharing. Here's my layout, okay, that you see that I'm sharing. And here, if you're questioning, Phil, why you don't see this, it's because, where you don't see the EQS alert, because it's in the moving higher with unusually strong options, which I talk about all the time. I just don't share that one. It's not, but it's one of the scans I'm sharing. Well, it's not in my shared layout. It's one of the scans that I'm sharing. So again, if you don't want my layout, you have a layout that you like, but you can take a look at all these other scans that I've prepared, and you might see something that you want to try. And again, this is the one that I love. Moving higher with unusually strong options. Oh. Just a moment, please. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So continuing then with what else is on my home page, right there's another section called the education section. So if you click on that, and I just want to put this one link on its own. All right, so if you click on that 20 lessons link, this is what you're going to see. Highly recommend that if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, you take these lessons. It will not take you 20 days. Take the lessons. It's all text-based, literally starting at what is a top list, what's an alert window, and creating them all the way down to introduction to the AI, okay, and customizing the AI, okay? So a lot of information is in the 20 lessons in 20 days. Daily support session. Today is Wednesday. So if you're interested in using Brokerage Plus, say with your E-Trade, or Interactive Brokers account. I'm going to go over Broker Plus in more detail, but if you're interested in that, then today's your day. Michael Noss will be in the YouTube room at between 12 and 1. That is when I take my break. I will put the link in before I do take my break. Okay, so store up all your questions that you might have about using Brokerage Plus and E-Trade and Interactive Broker if you do have those two brokerage accounts, or one of the two. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Today is Wednesday, so it is the Q&A session with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. I help out in that one. More education videos here. Educational videos are here. And back to basics, if you're brand new to trading, a great little video series, very short videos, literally starting off with what is a stock. Okay, so if you're brand new to trading, this is what I think you will find a lot of benefit from watching these. More ebooks, we create, well, not more, this is an ebook section that we created. Okay, so there is a lot of information on my homepage. You can save the link, and you can always take a look at things later on, including, obviously all the scans and all those education links. Okay, I'm just watching. So the EQOS guys, I mean, you've got to, you got to be fast on these, but certainly lots of time to get in. And look at that pop, way up to $13. I'd like to say that I sold right at the top, not quite, but definitely a nice trade. We had the alert at 12.10. It hung there for a while, actually dipped down below 12.10, so plenty of time to get in if that's what you wanted to do. Anyway, that's the only one from the option scanner today. So again, if you're new to Trade Ideas or new to this room and you're wondering, well, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. We scan the stock market, the Canadian and U.S. markets. Mainly, well, we do there are some restrictions with the Canadian market. But, mainly most of the people who use Trade Ideas are using it for the U.S. market. So we scan the market. It doesn't matter who your broker is or where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. So this is an example of a very, as I call it, the basic new highs and lows, very basic scan that I put together. Because you always start off with the filters. This is what the filter, these are the icons for the filters. So in this particular scan, I'm looking at stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is 4. That's kind of the key metric here, because this is why I don't get too many alerts, because the current volume has to be at least 4, which means it has to be trading at least 4 times normal. Okay, so with all these, so if all these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low, we get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. Okay, so don't get too many alerts, because of the filters I've got. You want to get more alerts, you can just relax the filters, but I just don't like to do that. I think the fewer alerts, for me anyway, the better. Now you notice I only have a few in my watch list up in this one, and then, so I don't have to concentrate on too many stocks over the course of a day. Now, one thing we did as a company is we created what we feel are enough alerts. Here are all the alerts that we have. Let's scroll down through them. And here are all the filters that we have. We feel we've created the right enough filters and alerts so that the majority of our customers, with the right combination of filters and alerts, can create the type of scan they're looking for. So you do not have to know a programming language. It's sort of a la carte. You just kind of pick and choose what you want, create your either top list window or your alert window, and you're ready to go. Of course, I am sharing a lot of scans, so you don't have to know how to do anything at the beginning. Okay, and also, when I say don't have to know anything, I mean you don't have to where, well, you don't have to even create your own scans. If you kind of like what you see from my scans, that's fine. Also, we have if you click on new from our toolbar and click on channel bar, here are all these channels that we have here are themed channels, okay? Themed channels. So we have an earnings channel, these are crypto channel, NFT and crypto combined, EV, electric vehicle. So we have all these themed channels. You know, some days, you know, we thought crypto would be very hot today because of Coinbase. Well, it's hot, but on the way down. So anyway, all these theme channels, remember they're all layouts. So if you already have a layout up and running, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first, because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. Okay, now I do want to talk about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. This is only available if you're using our application, not available if you're using our web-based version. So if you go to our beta, the newest beta, you'll have access, for the longest time, this Brokerage Plus window would only work if you wanted to trade your account if you had an interactive broker's account. We've now added E-Trade to the mix, but you have to go to our home page. I'll show you where. If you click on my link here, my home page, okay, and if you click on download software and scroll down till you see the beta, okay? You need the beta version if you want to trade your E-Trade account using this Brokerage Plus window, okay? Now, I'll explain a little bit about what Brokerage Plus, what this window is. Now, here's the other thing. You don't have to use Brokerage Plus, okay? If you don't have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. This is a feature that we have. It's not an option. I mean, it's available if you want to use it. You know, you don't have to use it. But if you do want to use it, then watch this video. Just a minute, please. Just give me a second here. There we go. I'm just popping this link in, and it's a link to a video about how you can trade your interactive broker's account or your E-Trade account using that Brokerage Plus window. So once you watch the video, you notice right here it says Brokerage Plus in this toolbar. Two options with it, live and simulation, paper trading mode. So again, if you want to trade your E-Trade account or interactive brokers, you would click on live. Once you watch the video, it's going to show you how you can connect. And then you can use this window to trade. So why would you want to do that? Well, you can do interesting things like this. It's like I look at iHeart, IHRT, I look at it and I think, okay, yeah, I wouldn't mind trading this. Go back to it, hover over that trade, and this box pops up. So these are if you watch the video, you can see how you can create your own options, okay? And this is what we call one-click buying or shorting. You just pick how you want to trade it, click on it, and you're done. If that's what you want to do. You don't have to. You don't have to do this. You can always do it manually if that's what you want to do. You know, it's not mandatory that you create anything like this. You want to keep it really simple and just, what happens is you click on an alert, you pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting, you sell. And if you're buying, you go long, and it'll appear here. Okay, and then you have your stops and all that sort of stuff. So again, it's not mandatory that you do anything like creating all this, but some of you are more industrious than others and want to do something like this, where it's kind of automating. You have a stop, you have a target, etc., etc. So coin is still not open. Okay, they're building up the suspense. All right, now I want to talk a little more in detail about our simulator. Okay, if you're new to trading, before you start trading with our live, real money, hard-earned money, please practice trading. And we have a great simulator here. You click on Sim, paper trading, and it's using our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. All right, and you just click on an alert. You'll see the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price you want to get in at, and click buy, and you're in the trade. Now, I always like to show people how to use this is maybe on a pullback. That's pretty ugly looking. IDEX. All right, this is maybe a decent example of what you might want to do. Okay, let's say you wanted to take GSX, but you only wanted to take it if it pulled back to this, what looks like, pretty good support level on the 2-minute chart. So you'd pick how many shares you would want to trade. Just leave 300 in there. And it looked like, what was that level? Say 26. Just say I want to take this if it pulls back to 26. And you type 26 into both boxes. Click the buy button. And the big blue line will show up on the chart anytime. There we go. Okay. So there you see this blue line is on the chart. So if GSX came back down to 26, it would take the trade. Okay, so that's how you can kind of do it on a pullback. You could also have done it the opposite way. If you thought that if GSX took out a level above the current price and you wanted to get in, you could have always put the two prices here above the current price, click the buy button, and you would have seen a big blue line above the current price. Okay? I'm just going to leave it in here. But if at some point I thought, you know what, I don't really want to take the trade now, I could always just go to the orders tab and right click and cancel order to buy GSX. Okay, now all this is covered in these videos, in the video, okay? Now let's take a trade, and we're going to talk about money management, placing stops. The concept of a stop, if it's brand new to you, when you get into a trade, you have to have a price. If it doesn't work, if it goes against you, you have to have a price that you're going to get out. That's what we call the stop, because every trade you get into is not going to work. Well, look at Levi's, guys. I've been talking about Levi for a while as a potential swing. Again, I'm not telling you to swing this one, but it is now just taken out that high of 3 days ago. And it is a lifetime high. It had earnings that day. And I mean, it just, is a little, I know they're opening stores, going kind of counter to the rest of the retailing world. But I guess they've been able to sign some deals with some, unfortunately, like really depressed lease rates. So they've been able to take advantage of it. That was all the news, Levi's. So it had earnings, and then they announced that that's what they were doing. So again, I'm not telling you to take this trade, but I mean, those of you looking for potential swings, it's now at an all-time high. What was the one I was going to do? It was actually, it looked interesting because I was able to put it, I think it was Cloudera, CLDR. And I want to talk about, okay, I'm going to, what's the spread like, 19? Okay, I'm going to make the math easy. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'll explain why. Oops, 500 shares. I'm going to buy at the market. It should come in at 319. Yeah, there we go, 1319. I'm going to put a stop at 12.99, 20 cents under. Okay. Wouldn't actually be the worst. I mean, it's right at the bottom here, but and I'm going to explain why I'm putting the stop there. So the first question, if you're new to trading, you're going to start asking yourself is, well, how do I know where to put a stop? And that is only going to come with experience, chart reading experience. I mean, what I do is I like to look at, different time frames, probably more like a 5 min. I'm doing on the 2 here, but 15-minute chart. See where there looks like there's some support, so that if that support held, it would bounce off it. But if it broke down through that support area, I should be out of the trade. So actually, it's not terrible. I mean, it's the bottom of these 2-minute or the 15-minute candles, those two right there. So it's not terrible where I actually place the stop. But that is only going to come with experience. So there's your first concept, okay? You have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. And it's not a matter, I know I've chosen 20 cents. It's not a matter of saying, well, every trade I get into, I'm going to risk 10 cents or 20 cents or 30 cents. It should be based on what you see on the chart. The next concept is this. Notice it says minus 100. As we speak, because I took 500 shares, okay, if it goes against me, I'm going to lose $100 if I keep this stop in place. So that is the next concept. If you have a $5,000 account, you are not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. All right, so let's just say that your account size can stand risking $100 a trade. If trade goes against you, the max you want to lose is $100. So this is why I put that $12.99 stop, because you'll notice that my entry was $13.99. My stop was $12.99, 20 cents away. This will share size you then. It's basically the difference between your entry and your stop. In this case, it's 20 cents. You divide that into how much you're willing to risk. In this case, $100, and that gets you the 500 shares. Okay, so again, you're not looking at just taking 500 shares each trade, 100 shares each trade. Your share size will vary based on the difference between your entry and your stop. So I know this is a lot to take in. This is why you've got to practice. So here's the next stage. You decide, okay, I get what he is saying, and you get into a trade, and it starts to work against you. I mean, this again, this is just showing. I'm just demonstrating this one. So let's say Caldera starts to move down, 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 gets down to 13, and it starts approaching your stop. You start thinking, you know what? I'm so new to trading that maybe I didn't quite understand where to put a stop. So what I'm going to do is I am going to lower my stop, okay? Because, I think this should be a good trade. I've read good things about the company. It seemed to be set up well. Other people are chattering about it. On and on and on. All those little voices in your head. So you lower your stop. Starts approaching that new stop. You keep lowering your stop. Lower, 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 lower. So now that $100 manageable loss starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 maybe. Maybe even more before you finally sell it. Get out of the trade. Your hands go up, say, oh man, can't believe I did that. And it's going to happen. It's going to happen. So here's how you can attempt to counteract that. No, I can't quite get it. There we go. So you leave your stop in and takes all of, the guesswork. It allows you to be disciplined to obey your stop. Okay? Takes all the emotion out of the trade. That's the word I was looking for. Takes all of the emotion out of the trade. You get stopped out. You say, okay, you know what? It didn't work. I like the setup and everything, but not every trade is going to work, but I'm out for a manageable loss. That's how you should view it. The other thing is that maybe later on it comes back to that initial setup area that you thought was good, and maybe it sets up again. So you can always take the trade again. The idea is that maybe we're just a little bit early. Okay, so very important. Very, 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 very important. To have a stop and obey it. So the question from our YouTube room was, what is the smart stop? It's based on some data. We take a look at, obviously it's based on some data. The volatility of the stock, the high and the low, those numbers get fed in and it comes up with a smart stop. This is just, I mean, it's a guide. You know, obviously you don't have to obey it. I mean, sometimes they make sense, sometimes they may not make sense. So it's a guide. So what this is telling me right here, as an example, is that if I got into IDEX at 293, the smart stop suggestion is down here at 281. Okay, that's all it is. It's a suggestion. You do not have to follow it, but it is a suggestion. You'll also notice that there's a swing exit. So if you were swing trading, there is a swing exit that is generated. It's nothing highly scientific. It's just a 20-day low. Okay, so that is what the smart stop is. And then the target, again, nothing's highly scientific. It's just double the smart stop. Okay, so if your stop was 20 cents away, they'd put a target 40 cents on top of the above what the current price is. No, Jake, and it'll almost never happen. Almost guaranteed it won't happen. We don't have enough. I used to have Quest Trade, but we don't have enough Canadians. We don't have enough people who would be using Quest Trade. So I'll just say flat out no. It will not happen. Well, my price to live for EQOS was at 1210 KR. Okay, that was the alert that I got. So that's when I started to watch it. You know, I always love it when the stock is over the whole number. Okay, so I watched it for a bit. It didn't. I can't remember where. Yeah, it almost dipped a little bit. Got down to 1203. Watched it. I think it even got down under 12. And then when the 1210 was holding, that's when I pounced. So I got in just around 1220, 1221. And then, man, it just took off. Remember, this is a 2-minute chart, all the way up to 13. You know, I sold some in here, and I sold the balance just up in this area as it was coming down. You know, but again, I'm not going to tell anybody to take a trade. You know, these are, but you'll hear me when I'm talking about it. I mean, I said, wow, I like this one, because it had over the whole number, and it had some room. Okay, it actually got higher than I thought it would. But you've got to be quick. I mean, you can't think. You know, it's relatively low float. This was not crazy low. 31 million, not a crazy low float. It was fast, but it gave a lot of opportunity to get into the trade. I mean, I'm talking with somebody in our YouTube room. So, you know, as I was mentioning, I mean, we got the alert at 12:10, but it's not like it did this immediately or this immediately, okay? Thinking, wow, I've missed it. You had all the opportunity in the world to get it in around that price before it took this huge move. So, Okay, so a word about some of these columns that you see here: the max P&L, distance from exit price, and open P&L. Okay, so you'll notice here again. This is now this was a carry. I should have got rid of this yesterday before I closed before 4 o'clock. This MFNC. This was I was just showing people. Again, this was like a simulated trade. So that's why I carried forward today. But by the way, I mean, if I kept the Cloudera here, this is how you can also practice swing trading. Okay, if you don't exit your trade at the end of the day, it'll carry over. So this is what I like to see, though, a comparison. Okay, so the max P&L with Cloudera right now, if I had got out right when I was still in the trade, right at the absolute max I could have. So let's take a look at the chart for Cloudera. So if I got out right up here at 1328, I would have made $45. Okay, right now my open is 30. Now why this is important is if you had a max of when you were watching the trade and you had a max, say, of $300, and you allowed that to come, down to 32 or even worse, negative, then you're not managing your exits very well, obviously. Okay, so this is a good gauge. Look at your comparison between your max P&L and your open P&L. So that's one. The next one, though, is also the distance from the exit price. See right now where it says 25 cents? So what you would really want to see is a nice big negative number. What that would mean is when you got out, it fell further, which is, what you like if you were along the stock. In this particular case, it's 25 cents above where I exited. Okay, so these are good gauges because the common, it's not so much a question, but a comment is, man, I wish I were better on my exits. I'm leaving too much money on the table, or I'm not getting out in time, or all this sort of stuff. So, this gives you a bit of a gauge on how well you are doing with your exits. So X, is it possible that you had is it possible you had an order you're talking about in the simulator, I hope? The question is, I have a symbol that appeared on my Brokerage Plus window, but didn't show up in my scanner. Oh, you're live. Are you sure then you didn't have an order in for that stock that you forgot about? I mean, that's the only way I think that can happen. Well, all I can tell you to do then is send if you're absolutely 100% convinced. For instance, what is this order I've got here? The GSX at 26, right? So if that were my live account, and I'm not saying that that you haven't done this, but if this were in my live account and I kept this in, I forgot about it, I could forget about it for a week. It's still going to be active. And all of a sudden, even though it's not appearing on a scanner today, say a week from now, it takes the trade, I might wonder, well, why is it doing that? It's not on any scanner. So if you're convinced that this is not something that you have placed before and you've just forgotten about it, I'm not sure how I can help you. The only thing I can suggest you do is if you go to help and send your files to support. Pretty hard, though, to have taken a trade if it hasn't been placed somehow before. I'm not saying there are no bugs, but so again, you click on help and send files to support. They'll analyze your data. I don't, but they do. Okay. Between my scanners, do I have any scanner for 5-minute pullback? No, I don't. You could take a look at this. This is not necessarily a 5-minute pullback, but if you're looking for something along the lines of a pullback, you can take, let's see, biggest winners pullback as an example. It's a top list. Okay, so what it's looking for are stocks that are still winners. They have to be up a certain amount, but they've pulled back. But it's not necessarily on a 5-minute. Well, you can take this and you can add the 5-minute column. Okay, so for instance, so this is the change in 15 minutes. This is the change in 30 minutes. Okay, if I added the 5-minute, just going to type in change in percent, show the column. So now if I sort on this column, so with these other filters in place, this is showing me, the biggest percent change in 5 minutes. Okay, with these filters in place. Okay, here's my price range, the current volume, minimum number of shares. If you remove some of these filters, you'll obviously have you'll get more data. You'll have more results. So you can always then sort on this change in the last 5 minutes column to show you the ones that have changed, that have gone down the most in the last 5 minutes percentage-wise. Now, whether that means it's pulled back and it's going to bounce, I can't predict that. But does that make sense? So you can take this and you can kind of maybe customize it to your price range and what other filters you want, volume, etc. Well, guys, I have not been mentioning this too much, but GME is definitely having an interesting day, to say the least. It popped up to 157, came right back down to 143, but it looks like it's obviously gaining traction. There's a 2-minute chart, and there's a red bar ignored right there. And yeah, it's costs following suit. Yeah. So you want to play a cheaper version with a cheaper version, almost scarier though because of the float. 2 million in the float. And I'm wondering if they're attacking Bed Bath & Beyond too. They being the Wall Street B guys. Yeah, again, it wouldn't surprise me if that's what's happening with this. I mean, I might be wrong with the Bed Bath & Beyond, but, the Reddit crew were all over Bed Bath & Beyond this week right here. This is the week of January 25th when all this stuff started. And, looking at stocks with high short float percent, trying to destroy the shorts. Give me a moment, please. I'm on mute. Yes, just for a second. Yeah, I thought so. That's the only. I shouldn't say that. I mean, maybe the earnings wasn't it. Maybe it was an overreaction also, but it would seem reasonable that that's what was happening. So I do want to talk about the test drive that is coming up. And this link that I just put in, I'll get to your question in a minute here, KR. That's Real's favorite 2 weeks, the test drive. All right, the test drive. So this is going to start on May the 10th. It'll go to May the 21st. That is it's 2 weeks. It's 10 trading days. So what does that mean? If you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. So this is just a kind of a sign up form so that then you'll get an email about a week before the test drive starts to explain exactly how you can sign up for it, okay? So this is basically a notification email so you won't miss when it's going to start and all. Again, I'm pretty sure it's going to be May the 10th. It'll cost $8.99 for those 10 trading days. You'll have access to our full service, the full premium package, okay? The only thing you won't be able to do, and I don't recommend doing it anyway, is you would not be able to auto trade the AI with your live account. I think you'll be able to do it if you wanted to, use a simulator just to see how it would work, but you will not be able to use it with your live account. Well, I don't recommend that anyway. Now, this is also open for people who have our standard service and would like to try our premium service for those 10 trading days. Okay, so again, it'll cost $8.99. We used to, like clockwork, do them once a quarter, but we haven't had one I think since November. So we might probably have another one this year. Don't know when that would be though. So again, if you want to try us out for $8.99 for 10 trading days, then just click on that link and then you'll get a notification about a week before it'll start, just to show you how you can sign up, pay, etc. Okay? May the 10th. May the 10th to the 21st. So less than a month from now. All right, KR, let's just see. I can't remember if I made any changes. I'm just gonna check what I've got here. You know, I mean, I do reserve the right to make changes to those scans, but let me just see if I actually have made a change. Just give me a moment here. No, it's right here. So I don't know why yours. I just loaded the scan. I just loaded this scan. This one, the moving higher with unusually strong options, and there it is. I mean, it's not going to show the initial, like the first alert. But if I do a history, there it is. So I don't know what version you got, KR, because I just loaded this right from the scan section. I just loaded this, and there it is. You might have an older version. I don't know. Okay. The question was, the person said that they have but this EQOS did not show up. But I'm just showing if you have loaded it from here, it does show up. Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, I've loaded it from the website. I've done a history. And there it was, 1020, 1020, 1210, 1210. So there must be some difference. Well, instead of doing that, why don't you just take this link and compare them, okay? Just take this link and compare them. Because that is the link. Well, I don't even see your link. I don't see the link that you put in there. I'm not sure how I can help you. I mean, I've just, I just loaded it from my scan section from my website. I showed you what it looks like. I did the history, and it definitely shows up. So I'm not sure, and I don't see. You said you put a link in. I don't see a link. This is what I see. I do not see a link. I mean, I'll look at the link, but if you can see the screen, I don't see. You said can you check the link I shared, but I do not see the link, unless it's up here somewhere. I don't see the link. just a moment, please. So again, KR, try again, maybe putting the link in. I will take a look at it. Oh, KJ, okay. Here we go. Okay, let's take a look, see what you've got. Yeah, so see, you have an old one. That's what I was saying. I changed that a long time ago from 500 down to 300. Okay? That is from in the website, in on my home page, and that link that I've got that I'm sharing, this is now 300%, okay? So that's the reason. See, if I look here, see, it's 300%, not 500 anymore. So you've got something that's fairly old. I knew there'd be a reason. All right, what's the market doing? Wow, Dow was up quite a bit. So we have this little disconnect going again. Nas is down. Dow is up quite a bit. SPY is basically flat. You can do it, Asiri, but I don't. You can do it, sure. You can back test it, but I don't. I have no idea what the results would be. I don't really care. We get so few alerts that I'm prepared to see what the alert is and check to see whether or not I would want to trade it. Okay, we get so few alerts from it. So it's possible that you back test it and it'll look terrible, but I have no idea. I've never tried. Does that make sense? But you can go ahead. You can back test any alert window if you want. Yeah, I see 355 also. $91 billion valuation. Okay, if I right click on it, if I left click, if you're on a chart, left click, you mean right click. Are you talking about a chart or are you talking about an alert window or a top list window? I'm talking to you, MPS. So a chart. Well, left clicking on a chart doesn't do anything. You're talking about right clicking, right? Okay. And then send to chart window. Okay, so you're in a chart. Now what are you trying to do? Okay, why would you do that though? I see what you're saying. If you're in a chart already, why would you do that? Why wouldn't you just duplicate the chart? If you duplicate the chart, all the indicators will, I mean, you're already in a chart. Why would you send the same symbol to another chart window? You're already in it. So if you duplicate the chart, then everything, all your indicators are here. If you also do something like this, save as default. Okay, save as default. Then every time if you went and clicked on a new chart, like new chart window, notice how all my indicators are here because I saved the chart as default. Ah, I always like to see a big exclamation mark after the got it. Okay. Oh, you're welcome. All right, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back now. A word about the Cloudera. Notice what happened. I wanted to leave this in here. I wanted to leave it in here to show you how that stop worked. Okay, notice how Cloudera got down to the stop, and it took me out of the trade. Okay, for that manageable loss that I was prepared for. Notice GSX again. Now, do I want to be in this trade right now? No. So I could exit this trade right now. I just wanted to leave that in there to show you how you can, trade something on a pullback. Remember, I put this. There's that blue line that was a bright blue line is now faded blue line. That means it took the trade, but I don't have to keep in the trade, of course. If I don't like the way it's trading, it didn't bounce off the 26. Again, this is all in the simulator. Practice, practice, practice. All right, what else is happening here? All right, guys, 11:28. So again, if you have questions about Brokerage Plus and how to use Brokerage Plus, say with your Interactive Brokers account or if you have an E-Trade account, again, if you want to use this Brokerage Plus window and you have an E-Trade account, you have to download the latest beta from the homepage. Okay, not my homepage, the trade. Well, actually, from my homepage, you can find it from my homepage. Okay, this is if you have an E-Trade account and you want to use that Brokerage Plus window, then just go to the top, download software, and scroll, keep scrolling. Oh, I guess I scroll too much. Beta, okay, to the beta, download, and then you can use it. Now remember, only available on the app. If you're trying to use the web-based version, it's not going to work. Oops. Well, of course, JB, I mean, the theory is that instead of going through the big institutions, they're let investors buy right off the bat. That was the theory, sort of like Shopify or Spotify, not Shopify, Spotify. In theory, but yeah, I mean, it's going to be priced so high. So just the one alert from the option scanner today. All right, just going to stick an alert for MUDs up in this area here. A little bit of a pullback day. See, what's Playboy doing? It's still strong. I mean, it's down, 26 cents, but it is still strong, hanging tough. Takes out that high there. Could keep continuing. Yeah, this is definitely, you can just sort of see what was happening here with this Triple BY, Bed Bath & Beyond. If it's, the Reddit crew getting a hold of this, there's been no pullback whatsoever since that break of 24. And now it's just accelerating. Look at this move here. I mean, 24.60. There's a dollar move in less than 8 minutes for BBBY. You too, Mr. Keith. So let's take a look at Real Scan. The old 5-day breakout. Yes, the old 5-day. Yeah. So, oh wow, I haven't looked at this one for a long time. Not a long time, but no, maybe a year. Yeah, so yeah, I see what you've done. So basically, now again, for me, I would get rid of this, the 200,000 shares per day, but that's okay. You want to leave it in there. But yeah, I see what you've done. So it's a 5-day breakout. So the stocks are, yeah, that's interesting. Why not? Everything else, I think, yeah, looks the same as from my original momentum scans. Yeah, so for me, I'm gonna get rid of this. And price, I'll put say 35. Yeah, just for me. Okay. All right, let's take a look and see what happens. Of course, you know me real, I gotta have a sound alert on it. Just a gentle one, like, let's see, how about the splash? Yeah, just a little splash to let me know something's happened. You know, it's funny, Lily. I actually took a look at the scan that Stephanie gave to you, and I know your minimum. You had a range of RSI 1 minute of, I think it was like between 5 and 40 or something like that. I put 1 in 80, and I started getting results. So it's just possible that that RSI, what was preventing it from happening. Between 5, there just weren't any alerts. No, she didn't have the relative volume in. We've already got over that. But I did change the filters for the RSI 1 minute. I put, I think, 1 in 80 just to see if anything would show up, and things were showing up. All right, little niblets here on your scan reel and BLX. Well, we don't know anymore. Now, obviously, it's going to be in the afternoon sometime. You know, there were some reports that you would start seeing quotations at 10:10. I did not see quotations at 10:10. Then it was going to open at 10:20. But obviously, this is being delayed. Maybe they want to see how high they can get it for their opening price. Right now, it looks like 360. So, no. I don't know what time. Somebody said sometime in the afternoon. So we're almost there. I mean, we have another 21 minutes till noon. So you're looking at that for mainly fades, not to jump on. Well, it depends how. Well, between now and 2. Okay, now and 2. So let me just clear it. Yeah, look at Wells Fargo. I mean, I know somebody was mentioning this one earlier. Wells Fargo, I mean, this has just been a great move. Released earnings, really not a great reaction. I mean, look at the reaction pre-market. No great reaction. In fact, and then when the market opened, kind of dipped a bit. And now look at it. Now, I don't usually trade something with 4 billion in the float, but this is a pretty impressive move. Okay, you guys have been talking about ALKT. I'm assuming this is an IPO today. Yeah. Boy, that is quite the sell-off. Well, right now, Riot is sitting. Oh, that can't be right. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the blue line here. Okay, yeah. So Riot is. Yeah, maybe if coin opens, this is going to help these. But man, oh man, they are just getting creamed. My guess is that BTBT is doing the same thing. Yeah. All right, I got to add that earnings per share thing. TTAI just showed up in your scan reel. Of course, we don't want that, I don't think, anyway. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm just, quite frankly, gazing out the window. The beautiful sunshine. Wow, yeah, that Love. I mean, look at Love. So it released earnings pre-market. The pre-market reaction was pretty darn good. I mean, it's closed at what 65 yesterday. Got up to what 70, 72 in the pre-market. Started drifting down before the market opened. Market opens and is just been shellacked. I mean, just absolutely clobbered. I mean, look at a pre-market high, $72 down to 60 now and continuing down. Well, way back, I was talking about this one. It hasn't really, it's dropped. MBRX, it keeps dropping. And this wouldn't surprise, well, look at this, it's going to go negative. Remember I mentioned this one in the pre-market? I did not think this gap would hold. You know, it's one of these small bios. I think it's even just phase one data. You know, when you see that, you really have to think that, you know, when the market opens, but it was happening before the market was opening. And even when the market opened, though, from 397 to 365, I mean, it's pretty good also if you were shorting it. Thought this looked like it's going to go negative. I mean, it's only up 2 cents now. Give me a moment, please. I'm just doing some scanning on my other monitor. Yeah, that's a big drop. It is a big drop for BBBY, about $1 drop from the highs there. All right, guys. Well, you have the AI. Interesting, interesting alert here. Well, Alpha and Tilray is buying Alpha, so that's probably the reason. or they're merging with AFA. So that's probably the reason. Okay. Anybody have shorts for this golf? This was, again, the premise being little bio announces something that looks really positive in the pre-market. Traders get all excited. But usually if it's, unless it's phase 3, late stage 3, I mean, typically this is what you're going to see happen. Once the market opens, they just drift down. I just didn't have shorts available for this one, Galt. MDP now. Showing up on Real Scan. I'd like to see more volume. I might even up that volume, especially now. Later on in the day. Took out the daily volume. Okay, so it's probably going to look, well, like this now. I also added the earnings per share EPS, so we wouldn't see a TTAI. All right, guys, we're getting close to 11:52, my break time. So what I want to do is just pop the link to YouTube. If you want to head over there, again, I'm going to emphasize it. If you want to talk a lot more about Brokerage Plus and maybe using your E-Trade, if you have an E-Trade account or an Interactive Brokers account, you want to talk about using Brokerage Plus, Michael Noss will be in the YouTube room for between 12 and 1. And he's definitely the expert in all of this. Okay, so your chance. It's every Wednesday between 12 and 1. He shows up there. Yeah, I agree. Look at these, these topping tails that Real is talking about for AI. Okay, what does it mean? Buyers had the price up here. Sellers knocked it down here. Buyers tried again. Sellers, now this still has 6 minutes to close, but looks like it could. And you know, also what do we have here? 71.70, so it's a little bit above. So there's really not that much. Well, that's around 75, so that's not really the resistance area. But these topping tails may be telling the tale. No pun intended. Yeah, this BSM that's showing up in your scan, I mean, this looks really interesting because, you know, it looks like 10 will be a real struggle for BSM. And it is shortable. No wonder we want to up the volume a little bit. The relative volume's good. I mean, well, decent, 1.5 times, but the total volume, I don't know. Might want to up the volume. Galt continues this little descent. Got only one alert so far today from the options scan. Well, Zach can't hear me, but I can tell you, I'm not. I'm not going to take a look at a $360 stock or whatever it's going to open at. Okay, guys, if you're wanting to track to see when it's going to open, all you have to do is just type coin into one of our charts, and then just do a price alert. Create a price alert. And say put $1. Obviously, it's going to open over $1. So if you do create the price alert and then minimize your price alert window, this is what I've done. There it is. So I've minimized my price alert window. So there it is, coin. Well, I put an alert price of 261. I don't know why that's there, but anyway, it's obviously going to open way more than 261. So having it minimized, what will happen is the window will pop up on your screen, okay? So little trick. I think Michael is getting ready. Oh, okay, Michael, I see you're there. Okay, just give me a moment. Coin it, yeah, yes, literally coin. You can open a resume window, but I prefer, well, you can do it either way. There's no guarantee, the question was, well, there's no guarantee that an IPO is going to show up here. Remember, this is kind of a different IPO also. It's not really an IPO technically. direct to market. It may show up here. That's one of the quirks about our house resumes. This will guarantee it. Okay, this will absolutely guarantee it. Put a price alert of $1, $2, and minimize your price alert window, and it'll pop right on your screen. Okay, Michael, I'm sorry. I will get out of YouTube.
All right, everyone. Just going to test the sound, make sure everything's coming through okay. And I hear myself, so if I hit that button, you guys should see my desktop. Okay, perfect. So I'll mute myself before I absolutely go crazy. So is everybody just waiting for coin to happen? Is that I just tuned into the last couple seconds of Barry's stream there, and every trader chat room I'm in is asking when coin goes live. Yeah, there we go. Does anybody want me to explain to them why this is different, why it's not an IPO, and why we don't know? No one knows when it's going to go live. If so, let me know. If not, I'll... Again, my normal speech is just, if you guys are new to the stream, you don't know what's going on here, we give Barry an hour for lunch, and we bring on another trader that works within Trade Ideas to answer any questions that you guys may have. So please, it helps us out if you ask. The more questions you ask, the less I have to waffle on about stuff. Listing. So I'm seeing a few people. I'm trying to find to see if there's an article I can reference as well. So here we go. Here's Investopedia. So I'll link this in here as well. So the Coinbase is not an IPO, right? It is a direct listing, which is different in a couple ways. Is there anything I can read through here? Spotify is the other one that happened. I saw there. It's interesting. So in an IPO, what happens is a company wants to raise money is usually one of the reasons they IPO. Companies IPO for mainly two reasons. One, they want access to public capital, and two, they want the founders of whatever company to get out, to have the ability to get out of their shares. So an IPO, basically what they do is they take here. So this is right. Here's the company, and they'll take the company and they'll either sell it or they'll get a deal with a broker, right? And this will be the broker. And then that broker goes to his clients. Let's change the color so it's not, right? And then sells it to his clients. And then after that, they list it on the exchange, right? A direct listing basically just means that the company it's not looking for money. What it's doing is it's trying to give the investors, the early Coinbase investors, a way out. So the difference is it doesn't have an IPO price, where most IPOs have an actual physical, we are going to open at X price. This doesn't have that. So essentially what they do is they have a reference price and they say, hey, we think it's going to be somewhere in this area. And that's, again, just a reference. It doesn't mean anything. It's not anything that anyone bought or sold anything for, anything like this, right? So basically what they do is they put it on the exchange, and I'm just trying to see if there's anything that talks about this. No. So let's get it. Let's just close that. So basically what they do is they put it up on the exchange and they let the order book populate. So, someone says, hey, I'm willing to buy it for 600. Someone says, well, I want to sell it for 200. And they go back and forth like this. When the order book starts to line up and they get a good average price where there's bids and offers on both sides, and the people who are bidding, offering outside of the market will get covered. When all of that lines up, it'll just go live. So it's one of those things that nobody, like not even Coinbase CEO or staff or anything, they don't even know when it's going to go live. So there's no time or anything to it. So that's, again, it's a bit nerdy stuff, but it is not an IPO in the traditional sense of being an IPO. And it's not even IPOing for a lot of the same reasons that a company would IPO for, right? So it's a bit of a different beast. And again, Spotify being the best analysis for that. Spot, right? So Spotify was the same thing, where this wasn't IPO'd, it was just listed directly. And I'm not going to go back and grab that data, but I remember it came out during a weird time of the day too. So again, just a little bit different, especially for companies that don't need to raise. Again, the reason Coinbase more or less is going public isn't because they need the capital, because they got capital through private equity and venture capital and all that kind of stuff. But right now, what they're doing is they're allowing it to open up so that the founders and the staff and everything that has shares has a liquid market at which to exit. So I hope that made sense for everyone. Again, it's just a different beast. It's the same outcome, right? There will be shares on the market, all of this, but that's just why no one knows what time it is, right? Because it's gonna open when it's gonna open, and that's kind of all driven based off the exchange's market making protocols. So when everything kind of lines up, it'll just go live. And Barry showed you that trick with the halt resumes, so that will do it as well. If you want to trade right off the jump with it, as someone who's been trading for 20 years, don't trade right off the jump with it. Especially, new traders. If you're an experienced trader and you've got game plans and you know exactly what you're doing and risk management and blah, 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 fill your boots. But just be very, very careful when it comes to these things, because it's, there's nothing to go off of here, right? It kind of just is what it is. So if that makes sense, again, from a trader's point of view, you don't really care beyond the fact that, that we don't know when it's going to go live, and the reason why we don't know when it's going to go live. Other than that, you don't really care, right? At the end of the day, it's launching as a stock, and away they go. So other than that, is there anything else going on in the markets here? I don't really see a whole lot in the market. Well, there's GameStop, right? GameStop's very, very interesting here. I drew out this trend line. This has been a great trader, by the way. Again, incredibly dangerous. Be careful, but right. So I drew out this trend line that marked right, this low, and then that was this low here as well. And we have a bit of a morning star type of pattern going on here, where we've got a big red candle, a small minimum candle, and then this other reversal candle right here. What's my take on the TI strength trade? So this is something, I guess, if Barry hasn't talked about it yet, check out this channel that we just put in right here for TI strength alerts. So, with my bias on full display, because I am the creator of this product and the algorithm behind it, I'm going to be biased and say I like them. So the cool thing that we just added, again, if you're just checking this out today, is we're actually including the email weekly right here. It will have, again, I'm the one that's writing all the rationale behind the trades, and I was the one that built and back tested the algorithm. What I'll say is that, again, this isn't this is not day trading incredibly volatile, insane stocks. The point about it is that it beats the market over time. Let me actually grab. So this is is it this one? Yeah. So this here is the back test that I ran from the beginning of 2017 all the way till now. The orange line being the relative strength, TI strength index, and then the white here being the SPY. So again, the purpose behind this is not someone who's swing trading to make a living or millions of dollars or whatever. The main point of it is for people who are, they don't know what to trade. They don't know where to focus. They want a trading strategy for them, and they want it for a swing trading mindset instead of a day trading one. Now, that being said, my bias out of the way is the guy who built it. I really like them. I am in all of them this week on a small account that I'm going to do a YouTube series about, and I guess this is the moment in which I plug my YouTube channel, which for now is still is that. Soon I'll change it all to Stats Edge Trading. But again, the point behind this is something to help people in the right direction, right? So you can see the back test on a percentage basis versus the SPY. Now let me show you. Hey Sam. Now let me show you. Oops. I'm just trying to grab something here to show you guys. Get out of here. So yeah, that last chart I showed you was just the percentage return of investing in all of the TI strength things for a week and rolling them over versus the SPY. But the real power of something like this is this guy. So this is what would happen if in 2017 you took a $100,000 account and every week you rolled them into the TI strength index. Now, the power, what you see here, and why this graph is a bit wacky, is the compounding effect of something like this, in which you're compounding those returns weekly, right? So it's a rotation game, and the point of it is that you're rotating into so that you're rotating into whatever is strongest. Did this work? Did I do that right? Oh, no, I did not. I did not mean to do that. I'm trying to see if I can show you guys my phone. Hey, Sam, how's it going? I got your email, but I need to take a look at it a little bit more. I didn't totally get it. Yeah. So there. That was a lot of work for nothing. So yeah, this is my, it's called Wealth Simple in Canada. It's essentially Robinhood, right? So I started trading this, I put 5,000 US, 6,300 to be exact Canadian, and then I've split them up across all of the positions, kind of trading them myself. And you can see I'm up 1% this week, right? Right. Obviously the chart's all messed up because that's where I deposited, and the way we go. So again, it's not, it is what it is, which is a rotational type of service to kind of keep you on the right side of the market with strengths. And yeah, let me bring up those back tested results for you again. Now, if you're looking for the actual trades, no, that's proprietary. We're keeping those, so it can't be reverse engineered and blah blah blah. But the long story short, and the reason for it, and again, this is on the page if you're looking to buy just that service, which again is just $17 a month. The concept is an algorithm that's based on relative strength. It's got a lot of cool other things in it as well. But the concept is you're going to focus on stocks that are strong, right? And stocks that remain strong. And if you notice, during the pandemic crash for a long only strategy, it outperformed. During this crash here, it outperformed as well, because when I was looking at it in through here, it was in a lot of Netflixes and Zooms and things like that. So again, the concept is the concept is basically to give an email product for $17 a month. And again, let me grab that for you if you're not shared here. And for people who maybe don't have the time or the inclination, right? Maybe they have their own job to deal with, things like this, and they don't want a full-on downloaded, scan through this type of thing. All they have time is they want to make a couple trades at any given time and go through there. So there it is there, and that should bring you here. Right, and you can see the back tested results. We put them on this page as well. We got to update that chart with a little newer one. But yeah, so this is $17 a month. You get those 5 symbols emailed to your inbox every Monday morning. Again, created by me. I annotate the charts. I show you whatever kind of technical pattern we're looking at. All of those things done for you. So again, it's for the people who you can go from there. So then if you have the product, right, you, again, as I showed, you just find the strength alerts channel, which is on everybody's channel bar. And then you just click on that, and that will give you the 5 symbols this week in this top list. So that's what this top list shows, is just the 5 symbols from this week. The alert window, this is just a new high-low ticker based off those symbols. And then there's the actual email here again for, anyone standard or premium. This is available for both. And then if you just, you close that, just a daily chart and a weekly chart of them here. So you can just go through and scan through the 5 of them. If you're, again, we don't want to offer anything just to other members that isn't to our premium ones. So you guys get all of that in there and all of that data as well. So the question is, how often is they update it? It's every Monday. Every Monday morning when you come in, there should be a new list for you there. Let me close Zoom here. End meeting. That's a neat that I learned that I can stream my phone just by doing a little Zoom thing. Michael, you able to trade in extended hours using E-Trade integration? Yeah, you can trade extended hours. Again, you just need to make sure you're playing by all the extended hour rules, which are dished out by the exchanges. So, no stop orders, no market orders, stop limits, that kind of stuff. All that is mandated from the exchanges. No, Fernando, it's on your channel bar. So open up your channel bar, click on strength alerts. It's all right there for you. But yeah, so you can trade pre-market, right? Just a lot of people don't know the rules for trading pre-market, so make sure you study up on those, right? I've heard too many stories of people who didn't know you couldn't use stop orders or market orders pre-market, and they're trying to trade out of something that they're in, and they get distraught, deer in the headlights type of thing. The channel, as well, is also, just FYI, it's on the web version as well. Getting that splash screen is just going to take a little bit of work, but we'll get that caught up pretty soon. So if you're a web version person, you'll be able to get. But the channel's there with the stock symbols. Just that the write up and everything is. We just need to figure out how to get the tech over there. GameStop ripping. Con. Yeah, it's an interesting looking. It's a short flag, right? So shorter to resolve. If you have the current version, Fernando, you have everything. If you're paying trade ideas for either standard or premium, just go to the channel and you get everything. Right? It's a different product for people, again, who don't want to spend the $100 or $200 a month because, again, maybe they have a full-time job or something like that. For the guys who followed my Back to Basics series with Jess, which is, I'll post here, which again, it's a free intro course that I did with my wife, where I taught her from the ground up how to trade. Bonk. We are going to continue, because the reason we stopped that is because she basically has a new gig with dental hygiene where she's kind of running her own shop. So that took away a lot of the time she had to trade. So this product is built specifically for people like her, someone with a little bit of trading understanding, but not a professional type of a trader, who wants to kind of be shown things to trade and to, have the patterns drawn out for her and things like that. So I sent 2,000 Canadian to her to open up a Wealthsimple account, and then I have the 5,000 or 6,000 Canadian, which is $5,000 American, on my side, and we're going to be trading them side by side, these strength alerts, and doing a YouTube series in which we critique and do all that. She picked from last week MPC, and basically, again, looking for longer term trades because she can check this stuff less frequently. She put pretty much the whole account in MBC and put a stop at 51. I think she's in at 53. I can't sign into her account. I probably should in case she's away. I think she's in 53-ish, 50. Yeah, I think she bought right here, and she had her stop right here and starting to perk up here. So that's a good look for that one. So yeah, the back-tested results are week to week for simplicity, but it's trading, right? If the trade's interesting to you, then take the trade. Just know that the stats are kind of on your side. Sig was, gave me a bit of a gift on this tail right here. I didn't get it at all on Monday, but then I just put out an order, I think at 62.25, I think it was, and it pulled back in and got me there, and now it looks like it's going again. So, for what am I up right now on my $5,000 account? I'm up $70. So it's almost paid for itself for a year if I were to exit here. I'm clueless of what I need to put into my configurations. Well, first of all, let me get, if you haven't checked out our Trade Ideas University series, that's the first place I would recommend going. I'll put the link right here. 4 lessons that go from kind of the beginning version to advanced of trade ideas. So I would check that out first. They're recorded videos, so take your time, right? Go through them. Like 101 will teach you the different windows. 201 will talk a little bit more about customization. 301, right, all the way to back testing. So start with that. Then the next part is when you go through those and you kind of have an understanding of what it is you're looking for, and based off your trading plan, which I'm sure you have, then you can come in and customize things to your trading plan. And if you don't know what it is that how to get something that, again, to match your trading plan, we can help out there as well. So again, if you have any questions of, hey, I trade this, what should I do? I can definitely help you out there. The other thing I would take a look at is the channel bar, right? Because these are pre-built scans that we made for you. And then as soon as you're done that lesson, or those lessons that I showed you, you'll be able to learn, you'll know how to grab these and customize them and go from there. But, we have channels for pretty much everything, right? Well, again, right? So step 1 is to go through that video series, because that will teach you, slowly, there's hours of content there that will teach you slowly how to go through that. If you want to talk a little bit more about your trading plan, I can probably point you to a channel, which will be a good place for you to get started using the product right now while you learn. And then the only thing I always suggest is, be patient, right? It's an incredibly powerful program, but because it's incredibly powerful, it's just going to take a little bit of time to get used to. So again, that's why we have, this dedicated training, and why we have the channels, so that people can say, for example, if you're a low float momentum type of person, I would take a look at the momentum channel or alpha predator, right? If you're a swing trading person, take a look at the TI strength alerts. If you're an option or an NFT crypto guy, we've got stuff for that. If you like to trade earnings, we got stuff for that, right? So the channels are a great place to start, because you could even just take a scan. When you're done the training, you'll know exactly how to do this, and you can say, hey, I like this scan, but maybe it's got too little volume or too much volume or something like that. And you can change those as well. Michael asked, did I spread the 6,500 Canadian evenly across all the suggested trades? Yes, I did. With a bit of trading myself. So what I did for most of them, let's go back to that channel. And again, the other thing to keep in mind is that for Strength Alerts members and as well, we'll be inviting you guys. There will be webinars with me just devoted to those. So, for example, if I go through, I set stop limits for all of these kind of right above Friday's high, right? And most of them I got filled in the morning. SIG I didn't, right? Instead, it got filled on the way back down. But yeah, that's my plan is I'm going to separate the account because that's what I did when I ran the back test is I'm going to separate them all equally. And then from there go and manage them that way, right? And say, okay, I'm going to put, for example, again, I picked 6,300 Canadian because it was 5,000 American. And say, okay, I'm going to put $1,000 into each one. Try to make a couple percent risk on all of them, of course, right? But again, we don't give the actual risk and we don't give the actual way to trade. It gives regulation type stuff, right? But it's kind of like if you ever hear anyone who's a doctor talking about on YouTube, they can't tell you what to do. But what I did, right, is I just did that. I put out stop limits for each one, and then I put out stop losses for all of them at kind of what I deemed reasonable. Again, this is more of a investment type strategy than it is really just trading, which is hilarious that it's back tested week over week and it's a little bit more investment-y than trading. Hey there, I'm well. I hope you're well as well. Came out weird. Where can I see ETF holdings other than Koifin? Their website would be Sam would be their best bet, right? They all have to by law include that on their website, so I would check that out, Sam. I just like Koifin because it's easy. It's more of deep dive analytic type stuff, which isn't really what Trade Ideas is trying to do. It's Trade Ideas is trying to be more just trading and alerting. That's the bit of the difference. How can I find which sector is strong and which sectors are part of that? So I would take a look. We actually have where is it? We've got a channel. Sector status. So right here. So right that guy right there. So we'll grab that. And that takes a second to load up. I love Koifin. I get kind of confused when I don't understand how someone's making money off me. But yeah, I do like Koifin for, again, deep dives and things like that. So here is your sectors. Let's do this, and I don't know, red. Is red easy to see? Yeah. So all of these are top lists of sectors. Now, if you look at the this little bar on the bottom, my screen's a little bit small just because I shrink everything to show you guys. But you can see, for example, XLE Energy, it's 100% are up, right? And then here are the stocks within that. So again, I guess you can do them. You can do it through this channel, Sam, as well. I don't know how these are updated. It's the only thing I'd keep an eye out. But yeah, this shows you all of the different sectors, right? You've got industrials, technology, financial, consumer staples, healthcare, blah blah blah, and then from the yeah, from there, each ticker, and it's sorted by change from the close. So again, like anything, you can grab this channel, and if you want to modify these, you can do that. But really, as I'm looking at it, I don't spend nearly enough time on this channel, I don't think. I need to spend more. As long as these are rotating in real time, it's interesting. Maybe I should get a monitor just for this channel. The wife will probably kill me, won't she, if I buy yet another monitor. But that is a cool look. It's funny that the product is so. I've been using the product forever. They'll figure it out. Damn, I made my own list for these ETFs. Let's actually take a, because I think if you go in, you right click, and then we go symbol list, and then add existing, they must be in, sector ETF, XLY, consumer discretionary. So the question is, they, so I was actually just pinging pinging Brad, because it must be updated. I know they wouldn't want to put someone to go through that manually, so it must be updated itself. This list is actually an interesting one too. You see how it color codes based off what's working. At the very least, I'm gonna grab this, and this is gonna be part of my list going forward, where this is going to sort by what's going on today. So quick look where you can say, well, energy's killing it, financials are killing it, materials are killing it, and then what's getting hit is tech, right? Which is that, again, for anyone who follows me on my YouTube, I do weekly live streams and stuff, and we've been talking about this for a while. It's people are just rotating out of these really high growth names, and they're rotating into, quote unquote, boring stocks. So again, energy, the dirty kind of energy, right? The ugly stocks, the Exxon Mobils, the Valeros, the MPCs, that type of thing. And then out of these high growth names, and a lot of them, again, has to do with interest rates. It depends on how deep you guys want to get on this technical analysis topic. When I took my CMT, they go deep into this whole a sector relationship and things like that. I'm more of a trade each stock on its own merits type of a dude. But it's obvious what's happening, right? It's just rotating into, again, the more chill names. And this is why this market has been harder for a lot of traders, where they're looking for stocks that are usually the ones that are crazy, your biotechs and your tech and things like this, but they're just not following through the way they used to. Which is another reason why I love the strength alert so much. So for reference, guys, this has been my life for ages, back testing and running and coming up with different scenarios and combinations of permutations. But the rant that I just gave you guys about how everyone's getting out of your Teslas and your Googles and these really high growth names and into more boring names. Well, look at what the TI Strength Alert algorithm picked on Sunday, right? TPX, they make beds. Johnson Controls, warm air heating, right? Foot Locker, sell shoes. Motor vehicle parts manufacturing, and a jewelry store, right? All of these are, um, all of these are those boring stocks. There's those quote unquote value name stocks. But again, everything you'll see come through the strength alert will have a weekly chart kind of like this, where it's just on fire because, it is commonly, it's human, it's human nature to try to root for the underdog, I think, right? It's human nature to go after the stock that's been beaten up the most and to try to buy it and hopefully it goes up. But again, what I found for my testing, what they teach in the CMT, what I've noticed through 20 years of trading is that it's the stocks that are strong generally continue to stay strong. And, the easiest way, and I hate saying that, to just make sure that you're profitable in the long run is to focus on names that are bullish and continue to be. So this particular algorithm, again, it works on, the insane server tech that Trade Ideas has and the ability to rank and file different stocks based off algorithms and all of these different indicators. And then I just ranked each stocks, again, based off a series of indicators that I've done. And the concept being to try to predict the next week or two's price action. So then I back tested holding them for a week and then selling them on Monday and buying whatever the new list is and over and over and over again. Now, my hope is, and this is the video series, again, I'll do on my YouTube, which I feel like I should plug again because I'm shameless, is I'm going to be showing you guys, maybe not weekly, maybe monthly, this particular account and the returns of the account and how I've traded these instruments and all of this, because I truly believe that most traders would most traders that are struggling with something like the TI strength alerts could turn that around and at least make it better, in which they're always focused on what's strong, right? Does that mean you'll always make money and trading's easy and go buy a Lambo? And of course not. But, that's the way that it goes. Basically, if someone were to check the ETFs holding today under XOP, you'd find SM. Yeah. Well, everything energy related, it's been rocking. Everything that's fun to trade has just been tanking, and that's just been the way of it. Is Tesla still up today? I know it was up this morning, and it's down a bit today. I think Tesla is actually being traded more or less as a crypto play now, in which, look at that. You could have gotten right at that trend line pretty much, just because they own so much. They own so much crypto that I think they're moving with crypto. So I think they probably got bought up into today, more or less just because of the Coinbase IPO, which I think is going to affect crypto more than people realize it will. And it just makes sense that it will for sure. Right? It's like an oil company. If a massive oil company went public, it's going to affect the price of oil one way or the other. Why would a crypto company be any different? Am I going to use stop losses for the swings and strength alerts? Of course. Again, we don't publish them because there was none that were part of the algorithm, part of the back test. And again, it's U.S. regulations a pain, so we need to be very careful. But I never trade without a stop, so I always put out a stop. right? So they're wide stops, right? Because I just want to manage them myself. For example, Dan, if it gets into this gap here, I'd probably be out. Signet, you know, to be honest, right now, if it got to below this wick, I'd probably be out. Foot Locker, right? Anywhere under this, $55, right? So I'm just very simply going to put the stop at whatever the last kind of swing low is, and then trail them up as they go. Again, my plan to trade them. But the beauty of this is basically we gave you a series of stocks that say these are strong. We've back tested them, and if you buy them now, the odds are in a week time they're going to be up. Now, what you do with that information is going to be up to you, and that's the beauty, I think, of this is that if you're a pullback trader, well, maybe you wait it for a pullback on all these, and you got a way better price than I did on most things. If you're a Momo type player, maybe you're already out, right? Maybe you took Dan on Monday over this high and you sold out here, right? That type of thing, right? Any advice on dividends plays? Not really, other than that the dividend trading is so efficient now, there's really not much to be had out of it. If you get a dividend for $1 a share, it's probably going to drop. It is because there's arbitrage robots and things like that keep them keep them from getting out of line, right? There's all these traders out there that make sure these things are all lined up. So again, I think it's done. There's just nothing really to be played from. Now, again, it's one of those things that, depending on how big your position is, you may want to look at the tax difference. Again, I don't know anything about American tax, but I know in Canada it's better to make a capital gains than it is to make a dividend. But the only guy I know that trades dividend stocks kind of exclusively and does it well, all he does is he looks for high dividend yielders and then does his analysis, both technical and fundamental, on the high dividend yielders, and just buys them with a stop and holds them for an extended period of time. Other than that, I don't really pay attention to them too much. But yeah, one of those things that there was a game back in the day to be played around dividend X date and dividend record date and all these things. But just like everything else, the computers murdered that game. ED, we're talking about just while I wait for questions, because again, this is for any questions that anyone may have. But yeah, we're talking about the new strength alert channel and product that came out. So again, if you are not a Trade Ideas subscriber and you're looking for something maybe just to get you started, get your foot in the door, or you're just trying to, you really don't have the time or the inclination to download a big program and to deal with that, then again, we have that option now for you. Let me grab the link, in which it's $17 a month, and you'll have access to TI Strength, which again is these 5 symbols. They'll be emailed to you every week. They come from an algorithm that I built. And again, if I re-click on it, does it bring back it brings back the welcome screen. So again, this will be all of the write-ups, what I'm looking at, like what I say about this one. Retail continues to be strong. Foot Locker is no different. This stock has been strong since breaking out of $41 last year, right? Which was way, way back here. You can see when it broke that price, it just kind of rocketed, right? So I just talked about this, right? The measure move from the triangle would get us to $68. That's a bit of a lofty goal, but it'd be nice, right? And it's all written. So if you're just doing the $17 a month and you don't have a Trade Idea subscription, this is what you get, right? You get this on Monday morning at 8 Eastern, I believe. This will be deposited into your mailbox with all the charts written up and all the data and everything given for you. And again, I'm going to be doing a series with me and the wife where we opened up two, it's called Wealth Simple in Canada. It's basically Robinhood, right? It's the same kind of, it's a mobile app, it's free commissions, blah blah blah. But it was just something simple with a nice mobile app for her to be able to trade with to get started. Yeah, ED swing trades have been tricky. It's you know, you either need to participate in the game that they're playing, which is short term, very very short term, right? Take your money and run, or you need to be focusing on the stocks that are in play, which for the last while has just been energy. So just playing your energy plays. And it's, you know, again, it's just the way the market works. You know, this market, I'm actually finding a lot more luck buying support than I am anything else. And I'm just getting much, much pickier about my exits. Just much, much pickier. Thanks for today. Looking forward to my Sunday session. No problem. Well, again, the other, so again, TI strength is something I made for Trade Ideas. Go too much into your question just because we're on their stream, but yeah, that product is something that's for me, by me, following me as more of a personality, whereas this was something that I've built with Trade Ideas. Oh, no problem, ED. Well, those Sunday the seminars that they're talking about, those are on my channel. So if you sign up to my channel here, and again, these are not Trade Ideas related, they're just me talking to a camera. Subscribe to the channel, hit that little bell, and it will send you a notification when I'm going to go live. I also always tweet it as well before I go live, but I usually do it at 2 Eastern on Sundays for about an hour, and we just kind of shoot the shit about the markets, and we scan, like I review technical analysis from last week and then the ones from this week. So again, I just go to that channel, the link right above you. Click on the bell and the subscribe button, and you'll be notified. You guys can also follow me on Twitter, which again for now is still at Bonpara. If you follow me there, I'll tweet it out. I got to change all this over to Stats Edge. I'm just worried that it's gonna like mess something up with the algorithm, and I'll lose all of my 3 followers. Well, it's not, after you subscribe and hit the bell, it won't do anything until it's, you know, I post a video or start a live stream or something. So it won't do anything for the longest time. And again, last but not least, you can always go to my website at the bottom of the page. You can pop your email in there, and I fire an email out to people as well. And there'd be monthly, and there'll also be for TI Strength Alert members. Just keep in mind, we're doing monthly webinars for you guys, in which we talk about how we use the strength alerts, all of this. So again, a whole lot of content coming around this in the future, because I really believe for a lot of the people out there that are kind of in the sub $25,000 crowd, something like this may be a really good way to help, kind of go from there. Really, there's not. I'm just going through the market here. There's really not much like it. It feels like, and this is, I know for a quant, it's weird to say this, but it feels like everyone's just waiting for the Coinbase to launch. Richard asks, are the strength alerts optionable? In most cases, I bet they are. That's not something that we've tested just because we're equity only. However, they are all very liquid stocks. There's no, again, this is not the low float Momo chasing, trying to double your money in a week type of thing. These are slower, more consistent type plays. So there's places for both of those, right? And I trade both of those. This is more or less the things that I will swing trade with a larger size and slower and that type of thing. And then I do more of the stuff that I post on my YouTube channel and everything, which are quicker type trades. But I would bet, and again, this don't know for sure, but I would bet they're all optionable. If not 90+% of them will be optionable. Because again, these are household names, right? Foot Locker, right? Signet Jewelers, TPX, that type of thing. But how liquid those options are, I don't know. This TPX is probably my favorite looking, but it's just a really slow type stock. I just kind of like this. I guess you could almost draw this as a cup and handle, right? You could say here's your cup and there's your flag out of the cup, which is usually the handle. Very interesting. And again, I'm not going to trade these week to week like the algorithm has myself. It's again, we had to pick an end time for them for, to make the back test simple and to make the back test make sense. But TPX, if we spend another couple days here, I'm just not going to close out on Monday just because I'm going to trail stops on a lot of these because, like TPX, for example, look at this orange line I have here is just the 8 EMA on the weekly chart. If you just rode that up using that style, you've doubled your money on that position, right? And so the game plan is if I'm still holding a bunch when the next list comes out, I'll look for something to, as soon as I exit something, I won't split the remaining account into 5 again. If I sell $1,000 worth of one stock, I will just reallocate that into another stock. But the plan is to have, if not fully invested in this account at all times, to be seeking that, right? So if the market is tanking, right? I'll probably have stop limits out to catch these things on any kind of a rebound. But again, the game plan is to use this just to grab that account. Again, start at small, 5,000 USD, more or less, because that's not really our target market. You know, you could do this with an account of any size, but it's for the people who maybe don't have a larger type of account. You know, maybe you're under the 25K pattern day trader rule and you just want to be involved in the market and hopefully grow your account so that in the future you can be there. And then of course, with the price we're selling this for, TradeIdeas isn't really making any money off this, but it's kind of a, you know, we hope that, you know, we hope you enjoy it. We hope you make a whole bunch of money off it so that when it's time to upgrade your technology because you're just killing it in the market and you want to do more, well, you know, we're here for you, right? And you can just upgrade right through us, more or less the ins and out of the game plan. Oh, no problem, Richard. But yeah, I would bet. Just again, when I was running the back test, there are a lot of big names, right? You'll see, you know, again during the pandemic, there was Zoom. It was in a lot. Peloton, Netflix, right? Because it's always going after what's strong right now, and it's just going after that. So, all right, guys, Barry is giving me the hook. So I'm going to take off. It was fun chatting with you guys, and I'll be back next Wednesday.
Yeah, but Zach can't hear me. But they're talking about partnering with the leader and Casper Labs. All right. Okay. I guess you guys on YouTube can hear me. So what we're talking about right now, guys, in case probably Michael wasn't talking about this, but WKEY just got halted. It's going to be more than a 5-minute halt. It'll be at least a 10-minute halt now, and it just got halted at 12:55. So if it's going to be a 10-minute halt, then it should open at 1:55. 10 seconds afterwards. And they did actually have some news on the halt. It is a volatility halt, you're right, but there was news announced at the virtually the same time. And this is shortable, so this could be really interesting. I don't know if Muds is a no. Well, it is. Yes. Okay. Yes. Because it is an NFT play. Yes, because who they're looking to take public is Topps baseball card company. So they're looking to take them public, and lots of conjecture that then they'll be able to take their old some of their cards, the Babe Ruth rookie card. How much would that go for? Possibly. Yeah, possibly. Or more. It's only, what, 62,000, 65,000, whatever it is now. I'm sure it would go more than that. FCX, Freeport McMoran. FCX. Let's take a look at that one. Well, we're getting that cross down right there, the 2 minute almost crossing, but it already, I guess the ideal, well, it's not that far away. 36.97, just underneath 37. WKEY, there are shares available for me if I wanted to. Listen, I'm not saying I'm going to pile into this, but there are shorts available at Interactive Brokers, about 300,000 shares. Okay, guys. Well, let's see if if it is anticlimactic again. So this is going to open in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom! There we go. Okay, it opened. And so what is it doing? No, it's kind of holding. You guys, I mean, again, you're on your own. You're going to do this, but this is the low float, 6.4 million in the float. I'm not in it. Well, it looks like Zach picked the right direction so far. Anyway. I may look at it if it gets over 11 again. It doesn't look like it. I thought maybe that looked like it was going to try to get over 11, but it's a Swiss company. How could a Swiss company be a scam? Yeah, you know what? EQOS is starting to come back here. I'm not in it anymore, but it is definitely. Look at this. Look at this move here. So the original alert was at 12:10. You know, only one today from the option scanner. Only one. And I'm not unhappy about having only one. Well, I don't have to tell you to be nimble value. I don't have to tell you that. Hey guys, Bed Bath and Beyond is now just gave up 25. BBBY just gave up 25. Right here. So I wonder now. All right, guys. Well, I'm kind of watching this WKEY. Not to go long. I'll tell you that. Well, there's a big battle right here at 1050 for WKEY. Big battle. Yeah, I think if it gets over this 1067, it could have a little bit of run, maybe stall again at 11, but I'm still short biased for sure on this. All right, guys. Well, looks like the sellers are winning. Just watching it. See get one big move down here. Sorry, guys. I'm just having to watch this. I am in it, so I just want to watch this one. It's the WKEY. I'm short, so I just want to watch it. Be careful of a big pop. Yeah, kind of like that. Okay, guys, I took a 8-cent loss on this WKEY, so I'm going to take a look at it again if it breaks down through here. But I did take an 8-cent loss on it. That's okay. That's why I had to stop. Barent. I'm going to stick an alert down around 1046 again, see if it takes that out again. I had a little bit of a gain in it. I mean, I was in it just over 1050, yeah, 1050. Got down to 1032, but I was looking for more of a catastrophic failure. It might still happen, but hey, listen, you guys were along, you know, I'm pulling for you. No, just over 1050. All right, just watching it, see if it really gives us up again. This might be just a little pull up. Kodak pop. Yeah, go away. Just go away. No, I was short WKEY. I covered my short for about a 7-cent loss. I couldn't take the chance that it was going to just, you know, rip. It's such a low float. So, no, I know damn well like that. You know, with that float, anything could happen. And what I didn't want to happen is have some giant green candle. So I decided to exit for a small loss. All right. Well, what I'm going to do, I just have to put in an alert here, say around 10:45, and see if it takes that out again for the WKEY. Move on. Meanwhile, LFMD just getting trashed again. Down 24%. I mean, this has been in a decline from 18, just what, maybe 8 days ago? 18, so it's dropped $10. And it just keeps getting hit. This was an IPO. back here. This is in February. An IPO in February. She does she? Unbelievable, is Shopify. I remember when the shorts, one of those guys, Street Sweeper or Citron, were all over this one. Never worked, garbage. This is way back here. 43. I remember it when it was 43. I mean, this is 2017. I remember. Yeah, if it takes out this 1080, okay, guys. Galt continues down here. No shorts available for me. Tomorrow, guys, listen, tomorrow, if you're in the pre-market, if you're in the room, it's at 9 o'clock. You know, when we see one of these little bios that release phase 1 or phase 2 data, keep an eye on them. No guarantee, but the likelihood is that they're going to fade once it opens. There's the Galt. There's the two that I have my eye on, the MBRX and the Galt. I'm still looking on the downside for this WKEY underneath, say, 1040 or so, but, you know, may not happen. Yeah, I wonder if it'll open today. I mean, this is, this is like a play-by-play right here. 382.64 now. 381, 382, 378, 382.64. I, it wouldn't surprise me if they're trying to see if they can get it open at 400. I mean, it just wouldn't surprise me. All right, we're open. We're open, guys. Coin is open. Sorry, the price alert, I had another one that popped in there. So coin is now open. What did it open at? 388 or so. Coin is now open. Well, that's what everybody else thought shoes. That's why, when you look at Riot and Mara pre-market and BTB and some of the other ones, BT and some of the other ones, they were just ripping higher. But then, I mean, look at Mara, look at Riot during the day. Look at this. And now coin is open and they're moving down. Will we see 400? Okay, there it is, guys. There's the WKEY. Okay, so there was my bias was short. All right. Sorry for anybody who's long. Sorry. All right, I've covered some just in case it cannot take out 9. I wish 10. I've covered some. Exciting action. Yeah, there's that 400. Now let's put an alert up here. 402. I'm not in it. I'm not in this one, but just having fun. 408. Meanwhile, LFMD. Thank you. I did get fair warning. That was my bias all along. Yeah, no shorts available for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. And there wouldn't be. All right, let's keep inducing this upwards. So if you bought this one, 380, could have done that fairly easily. So $24 pop. Well, Goods, I do not want to cheer against you. Yes, JB, yes. So you guys able to short the first day of? It is fun to watch. Well, sorry, Zach, but I'm just going to keep putting these price alerts here for coin. Yeah, it's fascinating to see because everybody, well, most people anyway, thought that with coin that this would really help the other crypto plays, the riots and the Maris, etc. Absolutely the reverse. 100% the reverse. Excuse me. Sorry. True. Bernd, yes, true. It's a big float, though. I mean, they issued a lot of shares. I want 150 million or something. Anybody know how many? It is a lot. I know I read this morning, but I thought it was like 120, 100, 111 million. Okay, I thought it was more than that, but even so, that's a lot. What a market cap. Yeah, what a market cap. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm just trying to get something out here. Okay, sorry about that. Just had some stuff to do. My other monitor. Okay, well, sorry, goods, but I'm going to try to induce this down even more. Covered some more. Don't have very much left. I'm going to see even very good call by Zach saying it might get right back down to 9. Or actually, I guess 9. Well, 950. I mean, realistically, where did it come from? It came from 944 before, before it got halted. Wow. Okay. Well, at least it opened. We got that out of our systems. So this was a no. There it is. Yeah, cryptocurrency. Okay, so it was a crypto play. It was a crypto play. Funny. I mean, it didn't drop like the other ones did until coin came out. At least I find it funny. All right, guys. Let me. I'll be back. What time is it? 1:39. I'll be back about 1:45. All right. Boy, this LFMD is just down, down, down. All time, well, it says lifetime. I don't know. This is, I would have thought this would be an IPO here, but maybe this was a symbol change. I mean, it's hard to believe, but because it doesn't say this is a lifetime low. And yet, when you look at these candles, of course, it would have to be. I see FPI in your scan. Yes, I upped the volume to 500,000 shares. Thank you, Casa. Okay, so it's interesting because obviously when they did it, this was not the typical, really cheap ones that do the symbol name change. Bottom line is, it's going down. LFMD just absolutely getting crushed. Oh, I know, real. I know. It's I didn't realize it was a crypto play. Not that it matters, but yeah, I know it is getting just pounded here. Oh, I have no idea. Do I think? I have no idea if Merit or Riot are going to go back up. I mean, it's a pretty big move down. Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin, the Bitcoin ETF, if you want to call it this, it's getting hit also. So they're all moving down as coin enters the fray. Yeah, I don't provide buy or sell alerts, Marco, like you're thinking. Okay, the WKEY is the latest one that I did take on a short. What you'll hear me say is, okay, guys. Well, I actually took a short early, lost 7 cents. Was watching it up here, and then I said, look, guys, my short bias. I'm still very, very short bias on the WKEY. Said I wanted to watch what it did around that 1055, 1060 mark. I'm not going to say that, okay, you guys should take this with me. Okay, it's up to, it'll be up to you guys. You know, if you're listening to me, kind of lay it out, and if it makes sense to you to take the trade, then fine. If not, then you just move on. But I'm not a financial advisor, and I'm certainly not going to tell anybody, to take a trade or not take a trade. The question was in the YouTube room was, do I provide buy alerts? I mean, you could call that an alert, I suppose, if you listen to me. But the other thing is, I don't trade very much. Okay, I can't. Well, I shouldn't say I can't, but it's a little more difficult to trade while I'm moderating a room and answering not just the questions that you guys see, but elsewhere. No excuse. I love doing it. But no, it is not that sort of a room. No, where you're not some of these rooms that charge $100, $200 a month. I guess that's what they do. This is a lot of it too, is showing people how to use our program. I'm sharing a lot of scans. And if you're new here, by the way, Marco, are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas? Or are you just new, just popping in to see what this is all about? Because if you are a subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans, a lot of information. And even if you're not a subscriber, I've got a lot of good training links that are free if you're interested. All right, so why don't I do this, Marco? You can take a look at this. This is my home page. My home page has a lot of information. I'm going to show you. Okay, so if you click on my home page, you got the link there in the YouTube room. So if you click on it, you'll see a link. You click on the link. Now, obviously there's a way you can take out a subscription, but there's some other things here. The trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It's a free service. I do a stock of the day video. This is another free service. But and here are all the scans. If you ever did become a subscriber, I'm sharing with the layout that you see, plus a lot of other scans that I've created. But also you might be interested. Just take a look at the education section. And even if you're not a subscriber, you could take a look at these 20 lessons in 20 days. It won't take you 20 days. But you can see some of the basic features that we have and how you work with Trade Ideas. What is a top list? What is an alert window? Creating them. The introduction to the AI, or we call it Holly. Lots of information, price alerts, lots of information. But also, if you're new to trading, we have our daily webinars. But I think if you can sign up for them all, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. But we have some educational videos. And if you're really, really new to trading, this is literally a back to basics. Okay, a little 36-part series, very, very short video clips. And literally starting off with, what is a stock? What is a stock? Okay, so, there's a lot of information then on my home page. So, before you would take out a subscription, you can take a look at what we have to offer. And we do have 4 plans. If I were just starting out, I would steer clear of the annual. You don't know if you're going to like the program or not. So I would always probably try us out on a monthly basis. The standard is $118 a month, less the 15% promo code. Okay, that discount's only good for the first month. But before you would commit to an annual subscription, I mean, I think you should always try us out first. Also, this is another thing you may be interested in. In less than 30 days, we are going to have what we call a test drive. I'm going to put that link in there for you, the test drive link. And let me just show you what that means. So if you click on the test drive link, you'll see this is what's going to show up. Give us your name and email, and the test drive will start on May the 10th. It'll run to May the 21st, 10 trading days, and for 10 trading days, we will give you full access to our program for $8.99. So if you fill this out, about a week before it starts, you'll be given the login instructions, like how do you actually pay us the $8.99. This is a great notifier, okay, in case you forget that it's coming up. So you fill this out, and then you'll get an email probably about a week before the test drive starts if you're interested. I mean, if you're not interested at that point, there's no big deal, but at least you'll know about it. Okay? And that, again, $8.99 for our full program. Also, for those of you, I should always mention this, for those of you who are standard subscribers, if you want to upgrade to premium for those 10 trading days, you can do so for the $8.99. So see what happens when you come into the Trade Ideas trading room. Well, it went in one day. It went in one day, Cam, not 3 days. Right here. That was 2 days ago. $98 down to 14 in one day. Just one moment, please. All right, sorry about that. Whoa, look at the SPY. No kidding. Look at that SPY. Wow. What is happening here? So the Dow is still up. SPY has just moved negative. All right. I wonder why that is happening right then and there. It can't be because of Coinbase. But wow. All right, guys, what time is it? 2 o'clock? Okay, so again, today is my long day. This is the Q&A day for the webinar I help out. That's at 5 o'clock, so this is my long day. I did not know there was supposed to be an alliance, not a takeover. JetBlue and America, not a takeover. Okay, I'm all out of this. I'm all out of this WKEY, but I'm actually looking maybe to get back in. This is on the short, maybe looking to get back in. Under 980 break. Well, you just skedaddle off there, Real. Thanks for showing up for the for your shift. Thank you very much. Have a good night. These are in the profit and loss column in the simulator. Show only the profit. Well, let me just short this. So I'm not sure I know what you mean. Here's your open profit. Here's your open P&L for this trade for PLBY. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Here, I mean, here's your open P&L. I mean, you have it individually. If you're talking about the graph, no. If you're talking about the graph, no. I mean, the graph is, but that's not the idea of the graph. Maybe I'm not understanding your question. Because, I mean, obviously this shows you right here on an individual stock basis what's happening. So are you talking about getting into the trade again or something? If that's the case, probably not. I mean, if you're talking about the same, so maybe I'm misunderstanding what you mean. Yeah, here, if you click on the my homepage tab, AC, just click on my homepage tab. When you do that, you'll see a link to my homepage right there. When you click on the link, this is what you'll see. And then one of the sections, the scans that I'm sharing right here. And click here, and right at the very top is my layout. Okay? Plus all the other scans, of course, that I'm sharing. But there is my layout scan, or my layout, my layout. Remember, it is a layout. So remember, if you have a layout up and running, you do have to save your layout to the cloud first before you do that. Otherwise, you'll lose your layout. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Are you talking about adding to your trade or getting out the first? So I don't think so. Well, not necessarily. Let me see. Let me flatten this trade. Okay, so I flattened the trade. Now I'm going to get into it again. I'm going to go long. So the closed P&L was 75 in that first trade. I went long in the simulator. And so now the combination, I guess the only way you can do it is there's your closed and there's your today, and you have to subtract the two, I guess, if that's what you're talking about in the same trade. So a little bit of arithmetic. Because this is telling you the total, your today P&L for that particular, for PLBY, you could have done 10 trades. It's going to tell you today's P&L for it. In closed, the one that you closed, you were up $75. So now you're only up 46, which means, in that second trade, you're down. Now look at it. Okay, again, I was just showing you how you do this. Okay. Yeah, I don't think you can have a new one. I don't think you can have a second symbol down here. I mean, I don't see how you can do it. So you have to do a little math. Can a new issue have options associated with it? I don't know. I have no idea if a brand new issue I have no idea. You know what I can do? What was that one? What was the one earlier today? ALKT. So let's just take a look. ALKT. The question was, can a new issue have options? So I don't think so. I mean, look right here, option volume today. So my guess is no. Yeah, I mean, there's really not a heck of a lot you can do to figure it out. I mean, how many, if you're in the same trade three or four or five times, yeah, it's going to be very difficult probably to see, okay, what am I up on the last time I got into the trade? Because if I take this trade again, let's just take it again. I'm going to buy it. So, well, actually, yeah, okay. I mean, it's telling me in the close P&L, as long as you're out of every, so I took Playboy PLBY 3 times, right? I closed the first 2 of them. I was up the grand total of $9. Okay. Now, in the third one that I'm in, I'm up the 21. So that means I'm up $11, $12, and growing on that last trade. So as long as you have, which makes sense. I mean, you have to be out of the trade. So is that what you mean, though? That you take, say, the same trade, the same symbol 4 or 5 times, but as long as you're out of the trade, not adding to, but even if you added to them, it shouldn't matter. Because this is fairly simple. I mean, it's telling me the closed P&L, the first 2 times I took that trade, I made the grand sum of $9. Okay, I'm down 16, which means that last trade that I'm still in, I'm down 16 plus $9, right? Make sense? Just some, little bit of mental gymnastics to go through, but not that difficult. First time I've had that sort of a question. So to answer your question too, Razak, I mean that was that particular new issue. I mean, so I don't know if that's the case for every single new issue. Here's another one today, TCVA, smaller one. Well, this is probably this is a SPAC, so I don't want to count that. I want to see if SPACs typically have options available. Yeah. So my guess, just in my huge sample size of 2, is that when a stock starts trading, its IPO day, there are no options. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just looking at a few things here. See if there's anything of interest. I'm continuing to watch the WKEY to see for further weakness, maybe a real breakdown out of here, 980 area. Other than that, that's it. So good time to ask questions. I'll be shutting the room down definitely at 3. William. All right, Playboy, go. This is the one I was just jamming. So again, if you're in the room, Carlos, so my closed P&L for the first 2 trades was $9. I have an open P&L of $295. That means, $280 minus $9 is how much I'm up in this last trade. Just flatten out of that. I don't believe it. Huh. There are shorts available for a coin now at Interactive Brokers. 181,000. Not that I'm looking to short it, but I didn't think that would happen on the first day. Yeah, I mean, if you got out of the first trade, you'll see what your closed P&L was, right? So let's just say it was 100. And then you get into the second trade and you see what your open P&L is. Let's say it's minus 50. So if your closed P&L was 100 and your open P&L is minus 50, that means you've lost, well, and that make the math super simple, that means you're down $50 on that second trade. Actually, the open P&L is telling you immediately. Yeah, actually, well, I'm sort of wrong because now, if I flatten out of that trade, not sure I clicked on it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I made that more complicated than it was. Huh. Yeah, so I'm out 222 in the first trade with Flexion. Yeah, so now if I buy it again, it's going to tell me what my open P&L is. Down 72 cents in the second trade. Yeah, okay. Sorry about that. I staring at me, so you don't even have to do any math. Just right click on a column header, Carlos. Just right click on it and then columns, and then it's in alphabetical order. So open should be down here. I can spell open P&L. Click on it and then left arrow it over, so now it'll appear here. And then it'll be at the end of your columns, and then you can move them wherever you want. Just have to grab it and move it wherever you want. Well, yes. Does that not make sense? For instance, if the price of oil was high and you looked at it was moving higher, and you looked at a lot of oil stocks that were sort of dependent on the price of oil, wouldn't you think that the oil stocks would be moving higher? Doesn't that kind of make sense? I mean, maybe not an absolute direct correlation all the time, but it just means that they're moving with the sector. No, because it doesn't make sense to add a count alert to a top list, because a top list window is not it's not the same function. Okay, because it gets updated every 30 seconds. Remember, all a top list window is doing, it's ranking stocks. Show me the ones up the most today, percentage wise. Show me the ones up the most in the last 5 minutes. Show me the ones down the most in the last 30 minutes. Things like that. So a count is irrelevant. It gets updated every 30 seconds. Oh, I'm not a Bitcoin expert at all. I'm not a Bitcoin expert at all. I've never really, I mean, look, there's all sorts of talk. 100,000, sure, why not? I'm not. I don't analyze it that closely. Others may have an opinion. I just don't analyze it that closely. The same with, people ask me, where do I think the price, where do I think oil's going? I'm not a macro player. I'm aware of stuff, of course. It's not that I don't live totally in a vacuum, but I'm not such a macro player thinking, well, I think oil's going to do this and that over the next 3 years. No, I have zero idea. I mean, you would think, if the alternate forms of energy come into play, you would think that oil will get weak, but and Carlos, I wanted you to do some math. You don't have to do it now. So there's an opinion Bitcoin is far, far, not just one far, not just two fars, but three fars from the top. There's one opinion. So when you say any chance, are you talking about moving higher? I mean, there's a chance. Any chance? Well, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, look, it's a lot of volume, trading 1.7 times normal. Down for the, excuse me, down for the day. It had a big pop yesterday, so maybe it's just a rest day. I don't know. But there's another opinion. Bitcoin goes to zero in my lifetime. Yeah, I don't know what my expiration date is. And I don't want to know. 6 months. Thanks a lot, Goods. What's going to happen if I do kick the bucket in 6 months? How are you going to feel? Oh my God, that post. Oh, that's all. You'll just miss me. Okay. Easy come, easy go. Torment the next moderator. Yeah, one day I'll not be doing this. I don't know when that's going to be, but yeah, it's amazing. I won't be doing this. I have no idea when we're taking a vacation. You know, normally we do take a vacation once a year, but we didn't do it last year, of course, and nothing this year, so I have no idea. Who's going to be my sub? I don't know. We've got now guys at Trade Ideas. I know Chris Varley is itching to come in here on the mic. Aja, you have a question, okay? Yeah, room went morbid. All right, hey, look at this little pop for the SPY here. Ah, all right. Yeah, I have never done anything with Bitcoin. Nothing. And it's not because of any bias, not belief or anything like that. It's just I don't know. I just I've always just been a guy who likes to trade stocks. All right, guys, it is now almost 3 o'clock. Jumped the gun there. Yeah, look at Playboy, PLBY. How is Levi doing? A little pullback with the market, I guess. I moderate the room every day, yes. And don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. That's why I'm here. Ask questions. Open the room every day at 9 a.m. and we go to 3 p.m. So 9 to 3 not every day. Don't come here Saturday or Sunday, but from Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. What is TCAT doing? Let's see. Let's take a look at TCAT. Wow. So these are tough trades. What do you mean by that, Razak? Can you join your join the pre-market activities? You mean at 9 o'clock? The YouTube room is open at the same time as the other room, so yes, if that's what you mean. So Brian, are you a subscriber? Brian asks, how can I get strength alerts? Are you a subscriber? I mean, let's a standard, even with a standard subscription to Trade Ideas, as an example. Yes, no, or maybe you can't hear me. Okay, not yet. Okay, so here's how you can do it. Here is a link for you. You can sign up for it. $17 a month. Okay? You know what, Razak? I don't trade the pre-market as much as you may think. I didn't trade anything today as an example. I don't trade the pre-market that much. It's hard for me to do it because I'm doing so many other things and I'm trying to keep an eye on, yes, I'm keeping an eye on some, but I don't trade the pre-market that much. If I were in a different time zone, it may be possible, but it's really hard in this West Coast time zone. You struggle to get up for 4 in the morning. That's when we start getting our data, but it's not like I'm, sit down at 4 in the morning, turn on my computer and boom, I've got a few things to do. Hungry pets to feed, me to feed just a little bit. So what I'm saying is that, I'm not into the trading in the pre-market as much as you may think. Oh, so I see what you meant. You thought, yeah. No, you would find it very boring. There's nothing. Yeah, and you too, Razak. I see you've been in the room now for I don't know how long, several weeks anyway, maybe even several months. Always nice to see friendly faces. Not that I can see your face, but you know what I mean. Or maybe I can see your face. Yeah, with that special secret software that I've got. I agree, William. I mean, I've kept an eye on things in the pre-market, but nothing really screamed at me saying, do it. There was one, I can't even remember it. I think it was about a $9 stock that had earnings or fraud or something like that. And I said, man, we gotta get in on it. That's the only thing about trading in the pre-market is that if a stock is down 10%, you can still get an instant fill as long as your broker has shorts. None of this uptick rule nonsense. Your webcam isn't taped. You're a funny man, Razak. Razak says, just imagine a tomato and you pretty well much got my face. This is somebody in our YouTube room. That's a genuine LOL. I think LOLs are tossed around too many times when they're not really. But that was an LOL for me. Stunning move for Playboy. I mean, it is a stunning move. I know. I seem to talk about this one every day now, but it is a stunning move. What was it? I mean, on the 30th. So what are we now? The 14th. So a little over 2 weeks. It has run from $17 to $41. I mean, it's a little pullback here, but an absolutely stunning move. Again, considering that when it went public, it did nothing for 5 weeks. Nothing. It was a real snooze fest. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks. It did absolutely nothing. Little pop here. Okay. And then look at this. The last 3 weeks. Bit of a, not scary one last week, but I mean, it did get up to 33. It closed down here at 24 or 25. But boy, and it's an NFT play. So Mo, we started a service, a $17 a month service for people who are not subscribers to Trade Ideas, but we send out via email 5 stocks every week. Okay, and I think the idea is that if you look at buying them at the end of the day on the Monday, and then selling them at the end of the day the following Monday, and then you have so it's always a turnover. That's kind of the theory of it. But it's for people who, aren't glued to a computer. So that service, though, is now also a part of our standard subscribers. If you're a standard subscriber, if you go to the channel bar and you click on Strength Alerts, and this is what it looks like. All right, so here are the 5 this week, and I'm not going to display them too much, obviously, with people who aren't subscribers. They don't want to get a freebie here, but I mean, this is what it looks like. And then you have over here, you have this is what the people who subscribe, this is what they get. They kind of give an idea about why it is, why it was chosen. And it's the top 5. So that is, again, the strength alert. That's in the strength alerts. And that, again, it's free to, all unpinned. It's free to all subscribers also. So you don't need to spend another 17. But it's all based on a ranking system, okay, that Michael Noss has come up with. And so he, every week, the stocks get ranked. So it'll be the top 5 in the ranking system that gets sent out. And what is your success rate, William, for your new service? All right, guys, 243. Questions. All right, guys. Well, let's see. I'm just looking to see. Very slow day for the option scan. Interesting. I mean, the Dow was up, but very, very slow day. I mean, one excellent trade. You could take advantage of it. Doesn't look good now. Hard to believe that this was such an excellent trade from 12.10 to, what did it get up to? A little over 13. Right to 13 in a heartbeat. Before it fell with the launch of Coinbase. I have a feeling, Phil, then you are on a. If you check, right click, configure, and then click on the summaries. My guess is that it's going to be 500% instead of 300%. You're probably on an old one. This is what from my website now, or my home page now. But if you right click and click on summaries. My guess is that says 500%. That's what happened with somebody in the YouTube room. I had to show them that. When I first started this, yes, it was at 500%. Yeah, I'm not good at swings, Sam. You know that. I'm really not good at swings. So I mean, I'll look at it, but so Phil, is that the answer? It's a mess, but it might work. Okay, yeah, pretty simple. Just right click the window, click configure, and click summary, and there you have your English language. Yeah, the only thing I'll add is the AI. I'm not a big AI player, be totally honest. I'm not a big AI player, but I'll I will flash that more. Yes. Phil. Yeah. So that's it. Okay. You've got 500% still. It's 300% now. Okay. That's the reason. That was the original one when I created it. I don't know how many months ago, but I changed this to 300 quite a while ago, and that is what is in the website. No, not the website. My homepage. Okay. So change it. Yes, if you want. If you want to see. I mean, still only got one alert today. See, and it just snuck in 309. It'll be more now, of course, because the option volume is increased. Yeah, so Fairgal, no, we've got nothing to do with interactive brokers and the way people think. Yes, we link with them and we can use this Brokerage Plus window to trade your interactive brokers account, but we've got nothing to do with interactive brokers as far as a partnership like that. So, long-winded answer to your question: you need a separate subscription. You need a real-time data plan with interactive brokers. We're a scanner and that's it. We happen to link with some brokerage platforms so you can use this to trade, but that's the extent of it. Well, it doesn't save it. You have to save your, if you just say, if you do a change, you still have to save your work. I've got something else open, I think. So if you make a change and then say okay, yeah, it'll save it. But if you don't save your layout, you save, even this individual scan, but you don't save your layout, anything you do, anything you change in your layout like this, it won't be saved. Okay, you have to save your layout also. Make sure I didn't change it. There we go. Always, always, always. If you make a change, you put a different sound alert in a window. If you don't save your work, system doesn't know that that's what you really want to do forever. It's possible, that you say, you know what, let's just move this to, 200 today to see what happens. But I don't want to necessarily save that, but you want to test it during the day. So in other words, you might want to test it at 200%, but just for the day. But if you want that to be kind of, well, not forever necessarily, but certainly carried over to the next day, then you've got to save your work. Yeah, I know. I saw that, and a lot of them. Yeah, well, some of them being snapped up now, but it was 166,000 now. Yeah. Oops. Well, I mean, you exact can't hear me, but Spotify did the same thing. They came out, I think, at 150 or 130 or something like that. And let me see if I can find out when they came out. I think it was at 150. I mean, it's done okay. I mean, it's 286 now. Got up to what, 383. This was a direct to market, same as Coinbase, same idea. I think this was the first one. Certainly the first kind of known. I mean, people knew Spotify. There may have been others that I'm not aware of, but I think Spotify was the first to kind of bypass the big financial institutions, the normal IPO route, and they did it this way. Didn't look good for a while. I remember this. It looked like it was going to just crash right through 100. Look how this 110 area just held. And then it took off. Now, Robinhood, who knows what they'll do. Demain, William. Tomorrow. All right. So last going over the information on my homepage, and again, I think the best thing you could do is just save my link. Save the link to my homepage, and then you can look at all the scans, all the education links at your leisure. And there's the link. Just save the link. I tried to create a homepage with a lot of interesting information. Obviously, I have to have, love to see you guys take out a subscription at some point, but more to the homepage than that. Education links. These are all free. The stock of the day and the trade of the week and the education links. Of course, you have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas to have my scans, but that'll get you started, though. I mean, if you took out a monthly subscription, just a standard monthly, just to check it out, you can always cancel. Give you a taste of what it is, or wait for the test drive. But Sam, I am not, number one, I don't backtest anything, and number two, I'm not a swing trader. So, it's really at heart. So I am really not the man. The other guys, way more so. You know that. I've seen you in the when I take my break at noon. I see you in that room. Those guys are way more into swing trading than I am. Michael, Steve, Andy, Chris, not even, but Chris, Sean. I don't know what Sean does. I don't know if he just plays. Look at the SPY, guys. Wow. Look at the SPY here. This looked like we were going to have a bit of a rally, right there after these big candles here. And then that one way down here. I mean, remember, this was a big red candle at one point. It looked like we're gonna, okay, a little bit of a rally starting, but no, this is wiping that out. So we are positive still on the Dow, barely. Tech is down and the SPY is down. Yeah, PJ, go to the swing trading. I don't know if PJ actually has scans that he backtests. I'm not sure if he does. Yeah, I like it. I mean, I think this is just. Well, Ori, again, you know what? There's no point going there until noon. It's the same room. I mean, I shouldn't say the same room. I mean, this is what you see, okay? And I moderate it. They hear me exactly as you hear me in the main room, and they see my screen. So it's not any different until noon, between noon and 1, when I take a break and one of the other traders takes over from Trade Ideas. It's not that I don't want to post the YouTube link, but well, it's not. It's just that they are more swing traders than I am. Okay, so I glance. I take my break, but when I come back and I'm sitting down, I sometimes glance to see what sort of questions are being asked, and a lot of them are, what's your favorite swing trade? What's your favorite this? So they are just more swing traders than I am. Okay. Not really. But a lot of their scans are here. If you click on new and then channel bar, and if you go to the Trader's Vault, where is that Trader's Vault? There we are. Go to the Trader's Vault. Now there are a ton of scans here. These are all scans that the other guys use a lot. Okay. It's not meant to stay in this channel and click on every alert all day long. It's more meant to, okay, bullish daily candlestick. All right. So what is it looking at? Oh, actually, there's a few, in here. There are a few alert windows in here. Okay. So, I mean, there are a lot of scans that the other traders put in that vault. I don't know how often they update it. Wasn't Palantir supposed to have their double click day or whatever the heck it was called? PLTR? What was it called again? The double something or other? You know what? These guys did the same thing. I think Palantir did the same thing. This was I believe it was a direct to market. Somebody will know. I think this was a direct to market also. Cheap. I might be wrong. That is a secret MPS. If I told you and other people would listen, you could run into a lot of difficulties. So it's something that I just don't want to explain. I know it sounds crazy. Why don't I want to? But it can cause a lot of problems. Don't do it. Don't do it. See, even the dreamer knows what I'm talking about. And what happens is, I don't get the brunt of it. Our poor support people get the brunt of it. And so, I don't talk about it at all. I'm not going to say a word. Mum's the word, VJ. I have no idea what you're talking about. None. Zero. On that note, guys, again, this is my long day, so I've got some stuff to do before the webinar. I've got my scanning and all that stuff. So this is my long day, so I am going to vacate the premises. So thanks a lot for, well, first of all, let me get my script together. A moment. All right, everybody, that is it. I shall open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody, and I hope to see you in the trading room tomorrow. Bye-bye.